Hello and welcome to TVP World. The Ukrainian counteroffensive is raging on with some predictable consequences. Seems that what we see here are Russians shooting Russians. Well, execution made by Russians against Russians on the battlefield, well, it's nothing new when it comes to battlefield reality. NKWD, infamous Communist Secret Service, formerly a counterintelligence, but in reality just an organization that was imposing internal terror on the entire evil empire, as well as Smiersh, the military so-called counterintelligence. Same situation with that. Well, nothing to do really with the thing that we call counterintelligence in the civilized world. We're doing exactly the same back in the years of the Soviet Union. The Ukrainian armed forces are taking over the Russian positions, which is the reason for which the Ruskies are leaving those positions and trying to run away. This is a video from the 2nd Assault Battalion of the 3rd Separate Brigade.
Запрыгуйте, запрыгуйте.
Another month, another day of the personal overview videos from the battlefield. We got another spring, another summer. Who knows how long will it take? But that's the way that taking over the Russian positions look like first-handed. In the meantime, far behind the front line, far behind this first line of trenches, things are burning down for no particular reason inside Russia, like this industrial complex, which is located in St. Petersburg, and it's really far, far away from Ukraine. I mean, Sasha, there's something burning over there. You like the war? The same happens in other regions. This is the Luhansk region, temporarily occupied for quite a few years right now. I don't know, Sasha. Again, something like this happens. Maybe you should come back to your, let's call it, country. Things are getting nasty, also very close to the Ukraine counteroffensive contact line, or front line. We mentioned it yesterday. When we look at the maps published by the Institute for Study of War, there are some areas marked with the blue color, but within the territory which is marked by red. Red means bad, red is bad, which means that those are the territories controlled temporarily by Russia, but within this territory there are territories marked with a bit of blue, which are the regions where the guerrilla war is being played out. Here is what Euromaidan Press writes about it.
Belgorod Oblast Governor Vyacheslav Gladkov said that 15 cargo cars were derailed. Monday, the Russian TV channel MASH reported that the cars were derailed due to the detonation with a yield of 2 to 5 kilograms of TNT equivalent. The train driver initially told the Russian TV channel Baza that his train was targeted by kamikaze drones, but his version was not confirmed. The kamikaze drone version was also voiced by the TG channel Shot, which shared claimed photos of the incident that is said took place near Alexievka.
This is what is happening in the Crimea. The railways are in trouble. Thomas Steiner told us yesterday about the reasons for which the railways are in trouble, but the bridge and the road bridge for regular cars is not in trouble. As Sun Tzu wrote thousands of years ago, leave your enemy a golden bridge to retreat from the place where he's going to lose a battle. That's the situation of Crimea sorry guys, right now. I guess the same happens in Zaporizhia Oblast. Again, railways are being blown up for no apparent reason. Again, this is Melitopol. Smoking, this one. I really love it. I mean, this territory belongs formally to Ukraine, officially to Ukraine. Russia tries to steal it. So if there are some people who are Ukrainian citizens and they think that, well, I'm feeling like I'm going to burn some Russian stuff today, who can deny him? He's got a right to burn whatever he wants, especially if the thing belongs to this criminal gang of Muppets, or orcs actually. But this one is a real shocker. Of all criminals around the world, of all mass murders and war criminals, this guy, who is believed to be Vladimir Putin, dares to publicly say anything about bombing civilian targets. Looks like he doesn't want and doesn't like to be on the receiving part of any bombardment.
But let's say it straight, why is the enemy hitting residential areas? I just can't understand it. What for? What is the point? And hitting obvious humanitarian objects? It's puzzling. There is no point at all. What's the point? There is no military point at all. Zero.
As Vladimir Putin was talking, this is what his state, Russia, was doing on Ukraine, bombing civilian targets. Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State, gave us this assessment of the ongoing Ukrainian counteroffensive.
Counteroffensive, these are, of course, early days, so much too soon to say exactly where this is going, but I think it's important to note that as a result of more than 50 countries coming together in support of Ukraine, and particularly the courage and tenacity of Ukraine's military and its people, we're confident that they will continue to have success in what they're trying to achieve, which is to take back the land that's been seized from them by Russia. And by durable, we mean a peace that doesn't simply leave things in a place where Russia can rest, rearm, and reattack 6 months later, a year later, 2 years later. So this is what we're working toward. Ukraine's success in the counteroffensive would do two things. It would strengthen its position at any negotiating table that emerges, and it may have the effect as well of actually causing Putin to finally focus on negotiating an end to the war that he started.
So remember what Tom Tyner told us yesterday about Ukraine using about 10% of its troops and Russia 2 days ago about 70% with no other troops to put into the battlefield? Looks like those are the reasons for which Antony Blinken is pretty confident, as he said, about where the whole thing is going. Ukrainian president seems to be certain of some things too, and he seems to be expecting fulfilling the goals of the counter-offensive as he starts talking about building potential peace talks for Mula.
Firstly, we are preparing new weapons support from our partners for our warriors. Secondly, we are preparing to involve more global actors in the implementation of the peace formula. And thirdly, we are working to make the Vilnius summit truly meaningful.
So, Ruskies go home, stay a couple of hundred kilometers away from the borders of the civilized countries, drop all your weapons, pay all the bills, and then send all your war criminals behind the bars. And then we may be talking about the future of the states that should emerge in the place where once Russia was. And that's what we are going to talk about on my show. My name is Michał Rachonia. This is Rack On. And we roll in. The one and only Chuck Fowler, the great expert, the man who knows everything about war and almost pretty everything about the guerrilla warfare that we want to talk about today. Chuck, welcome back to TVP World.
Thank you, Michał. Always good to be on with you, sir.
Our viewers know it very well. Chuck Fowler is a former Navy SEALs Team 6 commander and a great friend of our show and great expert of MRIA Report. Chuck, you mentioned this since day number one of our interviews and conversations with you when the war in Ukraine broke out. We got officially on the Institute for Study of War maps the whole areas marked as areas where the guerrilla warfare is on. And those areas are the key and fundamental regions of this whole counteroffensive. What do we know about the kind of activity and what is the relation between those things that are blowing up or burning apparently for no reason in important places of the cities that are the points of interest of both Russian and Ukrainian military? What do you make of this aspect of war that we see right now in this counteroffensive?
Well, with the recent sabotage of the dams on the Dnipro River, it sort of put into the shade a very important aspect of the war that's been going on for the last 6 months or so. And that is the insertion of special operations forces across the Dnipro into Kherson Oblast. These special operations forces have been able to consolidate and train and increase the combat effectiveness of Ukrainian partisans. And there is this developmental cycle where you take a Ukrainian patriot who is living in Russian-occupied zones, you put him in contact with intelligence forces and special operations forces, and you begin the process of developing that patriot into a partisan. One of the first things you want to do with that willing patriot is turn him or her into an intelligence gatherer.
Okay.
Someone, because
this was actually so interesting.
The highest reward to lowest risk operation that you can put your partisans in is to gather intelligence. And they gather intelligence on logistical targets, ammunition storage, fuel, oil, and lubricant storage, troop concentrations. One of the things we saw recently, very important also.
Hey, Astro, thank you for a subby. Thank you.
To identify Russian
Thank you.
command and control nodes.
Look at this.
And just recently, yesterday,
Where is it?
Russian Major General
Look at this, look at
Sergei
this, look at this.
Gorychev, the Chief of Staff of the
Look what I
35th
have.
Combined Arms
I have a
Army,
sub.
was
I have a sub
killed
to
by a
Dobsons.
long-range precision strike on his
Got it
headquarters
yesterday.
in Poland.
Finally.
This is within
I
10
can be
kilometers of the
jamming.
front
I can
line.
be jamming. I can do the
The
jam.
general's location, the departed general's location,
I
was
still have this one
almost
too. I don't know
certainly
for how long.
identified by Ukrainian partisans and SOF. And that is a key element in the unconventional warfare. And that's
I
the
had another
decapitation of Russian military command centers. Excellent job, guys. My hat's off to you.
This kind of operations, of course,
I got so
affect
many
the
gifts. I was
battlefield
just
in
happy.
an obvious manner. What do you make of those, of the meaning of
Nice.
this particular aspect
They
of,
fit.
of Ukrainian activity?
The shit color
guerrilla
fits.
warfare, or the whatever you call
He
it.
took mine. He took
I
it from
assume
me.
that
He was like, this blue
not
is
like
perfect. I'm going to
the
take it.
pictures from the old motion pictures.
Yeah,
and movies
friendship. I was so happy when I saw them.
late, 40s. We
Like,
are
hey,
talking
old
about the guys
man.
who are effectively officers
seems
or
adorable.
operators of the special forces. Do I understand it properly? 'Cause
I would gather
guys
intelligence for him.
need to know.
He would be
a
like,
thing
hey,
or
can you
two
give me some
about,
information? I would be like, yes, anything you
being
need.
on the
Anything you
enemy's
need,
territory.
literally.
Yeah, one of the important things that goes on in an unconventional warfare operation, and if you are a special forces officer, forces team, you're operating in a denied area.
Tony.
One of the things you need to do is skill transfer. So you are going to need to have a secure place to meet and train with the partisans so that you can pass along these skills like reconnaissance, how to set up a secure communication network, how to commit acts of sabotage.
You don't
And
get
what you
any?
want to do is slowly develop the skills of these partisans because you
Oh,
don't
that's
want
bullshit.
to place
I
them
thought you do.
unnecessarily at risk. And of course, this is an extremely risky business. To be a spy, to be a partisan in a Russian-occupied zone. But as a special forces
Want to be
operator,
part
I
of
always wanted to
you? We're trying.
give
I'm
the
trying.
partisans that I was working with.
I did
give them
little research for you
incremental
today.
tasks to
I have to
build
show you
up
my
both
research.
their ability, but especially their confidence in this role.
I was
And
researching
when you have an
space
operation
blankets.
like the one that killed Major Groyechev, everything came together perfectly.
So, does it mean that the tactics or the strategy of this kind of operations is you do have a particular number of special forces officers or special forces soldiers who are cooperating with a bigger number of partisans who are doing some kind of tasks, not all of them, and combined elements, those two elements can give this kind of results. So basically the guys who are working as a special forces soldiers or officers
What's his
over there
point? He
are
repeats what he
managing
says,
in a
but
way
in a
the whole network of
viewer-friendly
people who
way.
cooperate with them.
But this is viewer-friendly.
Precisely. The other thing we've seen in the last 48 hours were acts
Well,
of
there was no need
sabotage
to
against
concise
Russian
that.
rail networks. Principally, there was a strike south of Melitopol.
Yes.
Ideally, you want to direct acts of sabotage against important and vulnerable parts of the rail network. For example, if you take out 100 yards of railroad track on a flat piece of terrain,
you know what
that
it
can
is.
be
I figured it
repaired
out.
in a matter of hours.
His
But if you
mustache
blow up
goes for
switching
such a long way.
equipment or even a small crossing of a creek or a
I think it
culvert,
makes him look
you've
warmer.
interdicted the line for a longer period of time.
Also, the fact his
Very
eyes are just like
importantly, in the last 36 hours, there has been a strike in
bites the
Crimea
mustache. I wish I had a
that
mustache.
targeted a rail
I wish I
network
had that so I could like form it
connected to
the way I
Kerch
want to.
Bridge.
I didn't
That's
just change my
impressive
entire
to me
face.
because this is deep in a Russian-occupied territory.
Yes.
And it also sends a message to the Russians. They need to divert forces from the front lines to guard their lines of communication and supply. And that has a huge second-order effect. You are diverting troops away from where the Ukrainian conventional forces are. That's the main reason to engage in unconventional warfare.
We got at least a couple of railway lines blown up in the area of operation of the Ukrainian armed forces. This is
I don't want
one
to. I
aspect
do
of
want
what we see,
to.
but there's another one.
I could have
And
this.
I wonder what do you make of all
And then
those
when I
things
get bored
that
of
are
it, I could
happening
make the
deep
Poirot
inside
ones like,
the
wee
Russian
you.
territory. Because one
I could
thing
do that.
is operating on the territory
And then
that
when I'm
belongs
like, oh, my
legally
jawline
to
is
Ukraine,
shit,
which is
I could make
effectively
one of
Ukrainian
those
territory
beards,
under
you know?
temporary occupation of Russia.
You can do
which
all of
is
that. I
a-
wish I could do that.
Which is a friendly surroundings for the most of the people
Lost
that
some
we are talking
territory?
about. But we do also have very
Which?
interesting things going on deep inside Russian territory. In St.
I
Petersburg, we
have
some
seen the
strange
opposite.
explosions
Now
and
you got me
strange
worried.
fire. The number and there's whole Wikipedia page showing this kind of strange events
Lost?
that are going on all
You have Poirot
over the
mustache?
former
I'm
Soviet,
jealous. I wish I had them.
Union. How do you do this kind of stuff in a real dangerous surroundings, which you cannot call friendly anyhow?
Yes, especially around Berdyansk. And what's important about these operations, they are being undertaken by armed Russian dissident organizations.
Where
And
could
I
they
will
have
say,
lost
although their operations
territory?
have been bold and almost reckless and resonate beyond all their military significance in the information space, what's so vitally important about those operations, again, is that it has forced Russia to divert forces out of Ukraine and back into Russia for homeland defense. That is what makes those operations so vital. And also, in the information space, it sends a message to Russian civilians saying that these are your compatriots. These are fellow Russian citizens who've had it with the regime and have taken up arms against it. So militarily, in terms of unconventional warfare operations, and in terms of propaganda and information war, Ukraine has handled this masterfully.
What do you make of the, because the preparations for this counteroffensive took, we know it now, at least couple of weeks of small-scale operations in the different areas. The Belgorod raid or raids.
I've
should I
tried
say,
to look it up,
were
and I'm
surely
getting
part of
like
it.
people quoting
Do
Putin's
you, as a military expert,
speeches yesterday, which I
know
have some clips
anything
saved of
about
that.
the
We're gonna look
movement
into
of
some
Russian
clips.
troops to try to secure
It's just
the
most of the
areas
stuff I'm seeing
like,
are just people being like,
Belgorod?
"Oh,
Because we've
Putin
heard
says
and read it
Ukraine
on,
is holding
like
Russian
2 weeks
historical
ago in Institute
territory
for
and
Study
shit
of
like
War,
that."
they report that Russia is mainly trying to challenge the information
some territory in
aspect
that
of
area.
the
I guess,
Belgorod Rise,
I guess.
not military aspect, which is
We'll
which
have to look at the
basically
map.
means that
We'll
they're
have to
trying
look at the map.
to cover it up by propaganda, not by the firepower. Did it change anything on the front line?
It absolutely did. The Russians diverted thousands of infantry troops and I would say a score of armored vehicles, 10 or 15 main battle tanks, and probably 30 or 40 infantry fighting vehicles. And again, Russia doesn't have unlimited manpower, despite what a lot of Russian sources would want you to believe. There are only X number of trained Russian soldiers. And
Fair.
The
Thank you, Twitch.
men that they diverted
Holy shit.
to the Belgorod security operation, they came right out of Ukraine. And again, we see this. There are no coincidences in warfare.
Makarovka.
And we saw this Belgorod operation. It occurred at the very beginning of Ukraine's planned offensive.
Hey, thank you for the sub, but yeah, thank you.
To react and pull their forces away.
Oh,
So
is
it
that
was,
why
again,
Twitch reacted?
a very
Oh,
well-timed
damn.
operation.
Did Ukraine wait for those troops to move from the positions where they were to the Belgorod region to secure it, and then they
I'm just looking at the
started
maps,
their
and I'm like,
counteroffensive?
fuck, we're gonna need to
Absolutely.
look at the military map.
Absolutely. There was an interval of about a
Oryx
week or
debunked
10
Putin's
days
claim about
before,
lost tanks, vehicles, and
Ukraine made
artillery.
any
Yeah, I
of
saw
its
they claimed
opening
they counted
moves
less
here,
than 10 on both sides,
in its
but
planned
Putin gained
offensive.
much higher
I
numbers.
would still say-
What part of the troops that Russia had to be moved to secure Belgorod? I mean, in percentage, like 5%, I don't know, 3%, 10%.
Where
You
do
know,
they
I
have
couldn't
that?
comment on that. I wouldn't think it was more than 3%.
Okay.
But they did. They were drawn from areas north of Kremenna, and eventually there are a couple things that are going on too that are also important. Ukraine,
And those are?
for everything that
They came up with a stunning number. Each life of Russian soldiers
For that emote?
made or earned 48
Give me-
centimeters
give me,
of territorial gains by
Demands for
Russia.
more similar emotes if you
It's-
need
I
them.
mean,
That is my
it's
favorite one. I
staggering,
love him though.
And we still do not know why Russia does it.
He's
staggering.
very solutioning.
Conservative estimates, and I had to be convinced to
Russian,
start
British,
using
or
this
Yankee,
number, but conservatively, 40,000 Russian dead. In
You know,
the
there's a
Battle
sub
of
talking point,
Bakhmut,
which is
gains
if
them
a nation
nothing.
is
But
willing to
what's-
destroy
but,
its
everyone
land
needs to understand
with
is Ukraine will
uranium
engage in Bakhmut
rounds,
just enough
the
to
nation
keep
doesn't
Russia
deserve the
focused there,
land,
because everyone
so
who's
they should be
fighting in
kicked out of
Bakhmut
it. That's the
is not
sub
available
claim
to fight in
regarding
Zaporizhzhia.
this.
They're not available to fight around Novosibirsk. They're not available anywhere else. That concentration at Bakhmut will prove to be one of Russia's biggest mistakes in
When
this war.
Italy started claiming more Austrian land,
Chuck,
as
you
rightfully
are thousands
does,
of kilometers away
a
from
wisecracking
Bakhmut, but
Russian
still,
generally
you
joked,
every day
Italy
you are
must have
preparing
lost
a
more
detailed
ground.
map
Oh,
of this battle. the
Vladimir
longest
Putin, who
battle
is
of
claiming
the, of
more
the
land
modern
even though
warfare
he's
history.
losing. Yeah, like
You
desperation.
must know this area very well.
We're like
as
Sibs
a
in a way.
mapmaker. So, which places, which areas, which I don't know, streets or remainings of streets are crucial for this battle? It seems to me very interesting. That
Why
that
would he
must
tell
know
you
this
this?
by heart, despite the fact that you are thousands of kilometers away?
Well, one of the things that was interesting, and I was watching very carefully, when Wagner Group announced that it was pulling out of Bakhmut, it principally fought to the north of the city. And the manner in which Wagner fought every day was they started with a busload of
He reminds
200
me
or
of someone, I don't know
300
who it is.
convicts who arrived in buses, and they pushed them forward into the contact zone, where Ukrainians shot at them, and then Wagner called in artillery on the Ukrainian positions. That's a horrendous way to fight. It's almost, you can't understand the barbarity. But when Wagner pulled out and the Ministry of Defense troops went in, I said, the tactics are going to change fundamentally. Ministry of Defense cannot afford to kill 200 people every morning. And I said to myself, and I said on the Marie report, watch this sector, because it won't happen. MOD cannot fight like Wagner did. And there are significant gains in the north, and that is the reason why.
Very
Oh.
interesting. People tend to know, for example, the virtual maps of the virtual battlefields on the computer games, but Chuck Ferrer knows by heart the real battlefield of a real battle, and he's reporting it on his Twitter account. If you are interested in that, you can share it, you can tweet it, you can find Chuck Ferrer on Twitter and on Maria Report.
He has Twitter?
Chuck, thank you very much for your time, your presence.
I like him. I like him. They don't link his Twitter. What losers? What fucking losers? They don't link his Twitter down there. Can you imagine that? Unacceptable. Indications and warnings. Damn. Damn, Chuck, okay. Oh, this Russian units launch major counterattack. Heavy fighting ongoing to capture high ground in Mokry Yali Valley. Maybe that. Seized high ground. Oh, hey, maybe this is what, right? This is what you were referring to. Hey, nice. Haha, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. I had no idea. Oh, shit. Velika Novosilka, where did I see that? Here. Okay. No. Attack in progress. Where the fuck is the high ground? Okay. Mokry Yali Valley. Okay, so this I guess. They go to this. Bro, this is so hard. Oh, this is so hard to figure out. Okay, T518, it's these. Okay, so they got high ground here, so now they dominate these. Okay. Holy shit. This... wait, I've seen so many stuff I wanted to respond to, and then I was like, no, let the friend speak. And now the friend is gone. I've saved a bunch of links, so we have to look at a bunch of stuff that I have. That's important. He should look at calendar. It's 2023. Ukraine is an independent country. That is true. Have you seen that meme? Let me close the link. You wait. Shh. Stop loading. I follow this one person making like animations regarding the war. I've seen this one yesterday.
Вадим Вадимыч, я принес карту. На ней нет Украины. Ну-ка посмотрим. Здесь нет Украины. Посмотрим сюда. Здесь тоже нет Украины. Но что же это у нас здесь? Ни одного русского слова про Украину. Если мы ее не видим, значит, можем уничтожить? Да.
I don't know why it didn't come on my YouTube before, but recently I'm just getting these little animations and recommended and all of them so much. I've saved like 3 different ones for today. Before we go through animations, there's something you need to see. So okay, yesterday I was doing Alternative for Germany. I saved a bit more stuff about Alternative for Germany. So we actually have the list of 2 main people in the party and then 3 spokespeople. It's all saved. So I went through their speeches. So yeah, this is the one that I've gotten the least amount of information on. There's nothing important about this woman. I guess they have like one normal person to control for the craziness of everyone else, but everyone else is crazy. This dude crazy, this dude fucking uncontrolled, holy shit. And then these 2 idiots just being idiots as usual. But I started looking into the Estonian Conservative People's Party. So far I've looked into this man. Found that his statement was on how we could control immigration to Europe. His idea was that if the person is black, we don't allow them to come to Europe. That was the whole thing. He was solely based on race, nothing else, literally nothing else. And then I went to sleep, to be honest. Then I didn't look into more stuff. Oh yeah, he also, he, in November 2020, he made statements with his friends about like, oh, if Trump is taken down, US Constitution will no longer be in effect, because he does think that Trump was undeservingly taken out of office. So this has caused a huge chaos and caused multiple people to resign, including him. So, but this. I found this yesterday. And it was a screenshot of one of Russian male bloggers being like, hey, why are Ukrainians fucking wrapping prisoners of war in some kind of New Year's foil? Is this some new Ukrainian trend? And he's talking about space blankets, which yesterday I learned they're called space blankets. It's one of those first aid blankets you get, which are supposed to stop you from, is it called hypothermia in English? Basically, they're meant to stop you from freezing your ass totally. But yeah, apparently very, very new tech. So it's unknown technology. Blat. And then I went and did a little research on how people lose heat from their bodies. So that's kind of cool. If you're interested in that, here's a little explanation. I got baby explanation specifically because I was like, I'm gonna be talking about this on Twitch. So I gotta write it in ways I can understand it. So the foil is supposed to reduce convection, which is transfer of heat to the air surrounding the skin. It's basically what you do is you heat the air close to your body, and then the air close to your body, as it gets warmer, it like moves away, and then more air comes, but it's colder, so you heat up that one. And you constantly keep on heating whichever air is the closest to your body, but when it's heated, it kind of just goes, and then it's replaced by colder air. It happens in water too. So this is what the space blanket is supposed to stop. This space blanket is like, no more cold air coming from the inside, shut the fuck up. Then you also have heat loss caused by evaporation or perspiration. So evaporation is transfer of heat by evaporation of water, and this takes a great deal of energy. And then you are losing a lot more body heat with that too. Perspiration is like sweating, so main means of cooling the body. Also not really something you need if you're freezing your ass off already. And then the reflective surface inhibits losses caused by thermal radiation. So radiation is transferring heat via infrared waves. Because between any 2 objects, when their temperatures differ, so like you have a radiator in your room right now, that's how it's heating it up. Okay, it's radiating heat, it's heating it up. And your body, in the same way, is trying to heat up the environment around it. And also, yeah, you're losing heat through that. So overall, these things are supposed to be helping that. I knew that before, I just never knew how to put it in words, so I wrote a little thing about it. And also because I thought it was funny, they don't know what space blankets are. So like that. You never saw it IRL? We have it in, what's the word? The driving equipment. You must have one in your car. There's the first aid kit that you must have in your car at all times. And one of the things that you must have in the first aid kit is this blanket. Then there's also like gauzes, stuff like that, scissors, band-aids, that triangle thingy, what's it called? So like if something gets broken, you can mobilize it, stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff that has to be in it. I don't know, bro. I've went through my first aid lessons. I had to learn all of it, and now I know it in Croatian, so that's kind of a problem. Oh, official name for beer. Official name for beer, which is broken. Can't see or hear streams, only read chat. Hey, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? I mean nothing because you can't hear me. That sucks. Oh, name for beer. Whoa. We encourage you not to buy this beer. Instead, donate your beer money to help Ukraine. But I kind of want beer. I kind of... Finnish alcohol law does not allow us to donate a part of sales to charity. That is why the batch is very small. Well, couldn't they just put water in it? $500? Holy shit. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Slowly evolves from don't put Pepsi into Vegeta to the school science level. It's technically, both of those are school science levels, okay? If both of those were talked about more in schools, maybe we wouldn't have as many purgent teenagers. I'm just saying, you know, we have a situation here locally. A woman who was told by doctors she can't get pregnant, and she got pregnant. And the village is kind of seeing it as a miracle. And I go to talk to this woman, and she's like, oh yeah, I had like pregnancy once before, but I don't know the English word for this. I don't know the English word for this, but like it develops wrongly. At the wrong position. Chna. Let me Google this. Ectopic. You say ectopic, that's a weird word. That's a weird word, but yeah, it's ectopic. And I was like, bro, that makes no sense. Like, you were pregnant, and then they told you can never be pregnant again, even though they did no experiments to you or anything. They did nothing to make sure you can't stay pregnant again. Did they tell you can't carry it out successfully in the future, or what was it? Because you obviously can't stay pregnant if you stay pregnant already. No, she legit was like, no, you get pregnant once, and if it fails, that's it. You can't get pregnant again. I had to be like, no, that's not how it works. that is not how any of this works. Pepsi doesn't make pregnant. Yeah, they have a belief that like basically if you chunk Pepsi there, Pepsi is like acidic, because you know there's videos of like. If you have a bowl and then you put Coca-Cola in it and then you put a piece of meat in it and then Coca-Cola like destroys it. That's what they believe happens to sperm when Pepsi reaches them. So the idea is you put Pepsi inside your vagina and then it kills all of the sperms there, and then they can't make any babies, which doesn't really work like that, but yeah. It's cool science level. It's cool science level. That's a really good way to say it. Oh. Please disable ad block. Bitch. What do you mean? No. Thank you. 3 caliber missiles, 9 hits. But something did hit though, right? Yeah, one hit a civilian object. Yeah. I saw something did hit. I saw there were deaths, but I don't know how many. Minor party joined up with the Republicans to fight off some of the bullshit the Democrats are doing in Colorado. Wait, what is the bullshit they're doing? Is there just as much drama over two parties joining together? Here, it's called a coalition, and it's normal. It's called a coalition. If we talk about like a similar, aspect. Coalition is when one party can't form a government on its own, so it must cooperate with a smaller party to get the majority. So that's when a coalition happens. So they work together in order to get whatever they want, whatever their interests are. It's not really, it depends. It depends. There tends to be drama if a party in question must abandon some of their values in order to enter coalition. So coalitions between left and right wing parties would be very rare to see because they would have to go over some of their values when they try to compromise on certain things. But if they have similar types of things that they want, then it's okay. Then it's fine. So I would be happy to see the USA is doing something like that. And I would be happy to see people are doing something new in your politics and not just being chaotic in the same exact way. Massive accumulation of combat helicopters. Oh, can we blow up all of them? Can we blow up all of them? Can we blow up all of them? Yeah, so I mentioned Belarus. I thought, oh, Vicky's favorite country. Then remembered that's Serbia. Great. Both of them my favorite countries. Fucking Serbia, my man. I mean, basically, look. Serbia is going the direction of Belarus. We could see it like that. Serbia is going the direction. They're not going to be ending in much better ways. 2 out of 4 missiles were shot down. 3 people were killed. 13 were injured. Shit. We need more Patriots. Can we get more Patriots? Actually, talking about Patriots, didn't USA say that they are going to send more Patriot batteries? But I think it was before the end of 2024. Is it? Wolf for an introduction, and then the wolves killed some cattle. One of them costing $500,000 and doing nothing to compensate people properly. Oh. Damn. That seems... Why would you... $500,000? I'm interested in the wolf cattle situation. I am now very much interested in the $500,000 cattle situation. Truly, holy shit! Fuck! I have to show you this before I forget because I already lost the link. I already lost a link. Oh no! I already lost a link, and now I have to find it back, and now I have to show it to you because if I don't show it to you right now, it's never going to be returned. Okay, I'm going to forget about it forever. It's this link though. We gave some howitzers to Ukraine. I don't know how good these are. Okay, I don't know. I don't really know what they do. They look like this, which is kind of silly. They don't really look like modern tech. Okay, but you're welcome, I guess. This is the best we have. Hey, the bridge one! There's a bridge one in the back. The fuck is this? I don't know what is that. But, no, ish. Wait, what? Oh, you can... Oh, they put him on a tank. Oh, they put him on a tank. Nice. Can they put ours in a tank? Can he go in a tank? Is he? Yay! It's a D-30 self-propelled artillery conversion on the hull of a T-34 tank. So tank plus this on up. So it is. I don't know if that is a tank. But look at us. Yay! Oh, is this ours? I'm trying to follow all Croatian fellas. I already do follow most of them, don't I? You're not one of ours. Oh, what do you mean? And more 1960s trash donated to Ukraine? Fuck off. Fuck off. That is what we have, okay? You little piece of shit. You little bitch boy. You little bitch boy. We don't have as many fancy equipment. Okay, when's the last time you think we were making equipment for a war? It did like years ago. These are good. Leave us alone. Ra-ta-ta. Oh ho ho! What? Operators? With former operators in red? Oh, so they don't operate them anymore. Ah, I see. It can look normal. It can look normal. It can look fancy. Look at them. Look at them. Okay, it's good. Moldova has some. Give them to Ukraine. By the time they learn how to work on Croatian ones, you can give them your version, which is probably a bit better, to be fair. Special cow that had more eggs than it would use in its life, so it was used to impregnate other heifers using a desired bull sperm. But when the state brought in wolves, they started killing livestock and now pets. And one of the livestock killed was that one. That's... Oh! Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Okay, okay. So from what I'm understanding from this situation is that how would I say it? How would I say it? Is that a situation where Democrats introduced wolves into the situation, and because they were the ones who introduced wolves, now the Republicans are working together with another party in order to try and control for Democrats making stupid decisions like these. Moldova, give us shit. Come on, come on, come on. You don't... I mean, technically, actually. Maybe you do need them. Maybe you shouldn't give them anything. Maybe you should keep them in Moldova. You're not really in a bad situation yourself, are you? Last updated. Where can I do the time thing before after? I wanna do time thing before after. I wanna have away items. Million IQ, Vicky. Million IQ. Close them down and then immediately return them. But GPS tracking? Oh no, ish. Ish, I happen not to be that. Ish. Capture the village. Russians claim to have counterattacked and recaptured the village. Situation somewhat unclear. And then Russians have admitted Ukraine controls the village. Okay. Liberating Escuchen, Blagodatna. Okay. Wait, we have these two writings only. Shit, I'm interested about the rest of them. Oh, I'm interested about the rest. Why? Because you gotta be reading sources from more people in order to get as wide information as possible. To know what's happening. Also, why do you hate on Finns? How dare you? Oh. Ballot? What is a ballot measure? Oh, it was a referendum. Oh, so it wasn't Democrats. It was stupid people of Colorado. What you're actually trying to do is Republicans are trying to team up with another party in order to have a way to control the stupidity of Colorado people. That's what it seems like. Dumbassery. Why didn't they... Aren't they common? Am I wrong on this? Are they not? Oh, they were locally extinct. But are they common? Oh, they're not. a relatively widespread range and stable population. So they're like okay. They're okay-ish. Enough signatures to do a referendum because people learned there were no wolves anymore and were sad about it, I guess. So they didn't really think too much about what you have to do in order to reintroduce a predator to an environment. Yeah, this seems like dumb bastard of the people. That's a problem when you do referendums, which like I support referendums, but also a problem is that sometimes they're going to be used by very stupid people to get other stupid people to vote, and then you just get chaos like this. Like the wolves thing. I don't think they were too prepared for it. Well, that sucks. It reminds me of our stupid ass referendum on against what's the word? COVID measures. It's like that. No, it's very, very easy to get people hyped over stupid shit. It's very, very hard though to then control this once it gets into a referendum form. I'm happy the referendum has failed, because if it worked, I'm not really sure how. I'm not sure how we could have proceed. I'm not sure what we were supposed to do. Hey, by the way, I've got a bunch of stuff saved and I'm trying to figure out which one I want to show you first. I'll actually figure it out because I'm going to forget about this later. I'm gonna forget about this later, but June 14th, which is today. Is it today? I was waiting for today. Okay, fair. It marks the start of Moscow's mass deportations in 1941 in the Baltics. So you need to know about that. You need to know about that, okay? It is, how will I say it? I have this one saved on it, which is a video outlining it, so we could go through that one. And also I have this one saved because it is relevant, but not relevant in that sort of a way, because it's about Russians talking about invading Baltics, and I was like, you know what, it might be interesting to like remember how it stands in the culture right now. Governor's husband is an animal rights activist, and I think he wanted it on the ballot. I guess it could be. Like, you know, still, it's like, you know what this is. I was thinking about that on, are Ruskies coming? Nah, they can't stand in Ukraine itself. They're too stupid on that. What did I want to say? The thing with like referendums and everything is that we are currently dealing with a situation where a lot of our people have democracy and have gotten really, really lazy in democracy, which is why democratization of society and educating people on how important it is for them to be active participants in their state is very, very important. Because what you have basically is
Democracy.
you know how we mock Russians for being complicit with their government, and I stand behind mocking them. I think they deserve it. But the thing is that a lot of people around you are basically the same. It's just that, you know, their country is not a genocidal hellhole. So your complicity with whatever your government is doing is, of course, seen a lot differently than Russian complicity with whatever Russia is doing. But complicity still remains. The inaction is still there. The lack of any sort of real action on your part is still there. And this is why stupid referendums get pushed. Because people know about this. They know that most civilians are way too stupid to actually go and look something up. They're way too lazy. They're gonna watch the news, like when it comes to reintroducing wolves, you know. They're gonna watch the news, and then as they're watching the news, they're gonna see some images of like cute little wolf pups, and they're going to be like, oh damn, this is very, very cute, we need wolves back. And in another way, they're probably gonna go watch news and see news about, I don't know, wolves killing some people, who the fuck knows where, and then they're going to be like, oh yeah, I will not vote for this. So both of these are like, you know what I think, a very inactive ways of attempting to participate in what a country is doing. It's like here with our referendum, where people didn't even know what the referendum question was. So they went out to give signatures for the referendum based on vibes. They didn't know what the question actually was. They didn't know how it's actually going to affect the country. They knew nothing. They were just like, oh yeah, there's a referendum. I watched half news on it, maybe like some 10-minute explanation on YouTube or whatever, and now I'm going to vote, just based on that. So, very important to be very, very active. Okay, be very, very active and look properly into shit you can be voting for. Sanctions? Oh, wait, I'm interested. Are they... In what way? In what way? I hope we implement more of them. So, for me, it's like, however they are, I hope we implement way more, because Russia is able to produce way more shit than it's supposed to be able to produce at this rate. And I'm not really a fan of that. Holy shit!
Of the Baltic republics, how they went from independent nations during the interwar period to Soviet republics. The signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939.
And just like keep it.
The process and
They messed up the subtitles because they tried to translate it from English to English.
by the summer of 1940 brought
That was so unnecessary.
independence. But the fate of these three Soviet republics was to be a rocky one, to say the least, but would eventually lead to a legal position that spearheaded the collapse of the Soviet Union. I'm your host, David, and this week
GG
we are
Baltics.
looking at the wartime and post-war fate of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. This is the Cold War.
That's why the Soviet Union is no more. There's no average Soviet. They don't
Learning new
exist.
information is an enormous part of my everyday life, which is why I am so thrilled to be working with the sponsor of today's video, a rising star in the streaming world, and their actions and former countries.
Moment
We left
goes,
off our
here's an
first episode
advertisement.
on this topic with the 1940 formal annexations of the three republics. Once annexed, Sovietization began apace, looking to transform the economic life of these former countries. But it didn't begin with mass collectivization. Instead, a more gradual path was taken, beginning with land reforms, limiting a person's maximum land holdings to 30 hectares. Although several kolkhoz were created, the main focus of the land reform was to provide support for new farmers who had taken over lands confiscated from owners who had previously owned more than 30 hectares. In the urban areas, however, more changes were made, and faster. Banks, industries, commerce, transportation
Do I know how
were
big
all
30
nationalized,
hectares is?
and taxes were increased. The Soviet ruble replaced each of the local currencies, and anyone who had more than 1,000 rubles had the excess taken. The length of the working day was extended, and it became more difficult for workers to change jobs. And the results of these changes? Well, living standards, which had been higher in the independent republics compared to the Soviet Union, dropped dramatically.
Wait, they have returned to Soviet times in schools in occupied Ukrainian territories, forcing children to wear red ties and red flags. Pieces of shit. Have you seen the Soviet victory flag? They're using the Soviet victory flag. They brought it to the to space when Ruskies were going there last time. It was around the start of the invasion. Fucking clowns. Estonians who fled the occupation to Sweden were sent back by Swedes. Traitors. Hectares. Oh, I don't really know what we use, to be honest. Every single time I hear villagers using a measurement, they use another one. We have one which is jutro. I don't know what jutro is in English. Acre. Okay, so we have jutro, which translates as morning, but jutro is acre apparently. I don't know how that one compares. And then we have R. R doesn't even translate. I don't know what that one is, but we have that one. And the problem is that they use them interchangeably, because some of them were like OG Croatian, and then some of them were like seen as Yugoslav terms. And then after Yugoslavia, many people like tried to transfer back to Croatian ones. So now they just use everything interchangeably, and I don't know. Like, if you ask me how big our vineyard is, I almost said graveyard, holy shit. If you ask me how big our vineyard is, I'm gonna tell you I don't know, because I genuinely don't know. I have no idea how big that shit is. Every single time I hear it spoken about, I hear it in a different way. Acre is like 0.4 hectares. Ah, jutro. Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? I'm not happy. What do you... Oh, fuck off. What do you... Hey, that sounds very glitchy. I had no idea. Leave me alone. Ar is the R in English. Is it? There's like a land measurement called are. Like are. Like are. Hey, by the way, our stream from yesterday is not on YouTube, you bitches. Because we played that copyrighted song. So we can't play copyrighted songs anymore. Just letting you know. Oh, it is R. Oh, nice. It's actually called R. It doesn't give me that in translator. Nice. 100 square meters is R. Oh, okay. Fair. Oh, nice. I just, you know what we do? When people ask how big our vineyard is, we tell them it's 16 rows. Because I don't know how long they go, but it's like 16. And then people just approximately know, because all of them are around the same length. There's like the uniform vineyard length going on around. Okay, I don't know how big that is. We get a lot of wine from it. Okay, we're good. Last year, we managed to sell all of our grapes. So everything we had. Which means that we had to be drinking wine from the year before only. And we actually managed to drink and sell almost all of it. So it gives you enough wine for almost 2 years. So that's a fun fact. Compromise with her content because she's too popular, no more music. Nah, we can play music. We're just gonna play nationalist music so it doesn't get copyrighted, because we played the really, really famous songs last stream, which was a mistake. Should not have done that. Sotka? Oh? Wait, 100 square meters. So that's R. That's the one. How many horny maidens per R are in Croatian vineyards? If I'm there, then it's one. It depends. It's mostly old women these days. I think they're really living through their, like, days of youth, days of their slutty past. They're kind of hoping someone really, really into gilfs is gonna be coming into the vineyards. So if you got some weird ass fetishes, look, I can hook you up.
Opposition to the changes was met with arrest, deportation, or even execution. For many, especially military officers, members of the intelligentsia, anti-communists, and members of the elite, remaining in their homes was no option.
Fuck, wait, now I want to see the link. No, do not beat us. Peaceful protest. Ukraine protest. Take bulldozer and police throw fire presents on police from it. Evil, but yeah, works. Also, like, chunking that person in the trash can. Fuck, guys, have you seen that Discord video? Oh, where did I have it? I have to show it to you. I thought this was the funniest thing ever. So there's this dude in Ukrainian politics. Can't remember his fucking name. So I'm waiting. Taras Chornovil. He's a former member of Yanukovych's party, and he was called a traitor to Ukrainian people. He called the girlfriend of fallen hero of Ukraine Da Vinci an oligarchic scumbag. Okay, so people got angry because Da Vinci is obviously, a big hero of Ukraine. So they found him on the street, and they chunked him into trash. We should do this to all politicians. Yeah, I've seen people making comments that like he actually is a traitor. It's not like just calling him a traitor to Ukrainian people as like a figure of speech or something. He unironically is a traitor because his father was a great man, but then the son became trash. And then they're quoting something. There's like a saying apparently in Ukraine that if the parents are exceptional, the children are probably going to be not really that. So it's like that. So I thought that was cool. I thought the responses were cool. It's just I just picked him up and just chunked him in trash. Holy shit. I wish we had the balls to do that with our politicians. That would have been great. Maybe we would be having a lot of a better situation. She got a child at 16 and her child got kid at 17, I think. So she gilf at 33. Okay, yeah, actually, yeah. I know people like that. So it could work. Do you know if it's illegal in European Union to dump your politicians in a trash can? Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a law against it. Technically, I'm not sure if there's a law against it. Like you can't chunk them in trash. Surely it's not written into any constitution.
And they fled the region en masse.
I'm gonna try and I'll
For
let you
example,
know.
many of the ethnic Baltic Germans who were still living in the area were repatriated to Germany. Now, as I just mentioned, deportations began almost as soon as the annexations took place, and
True.
those forcibly sent to the east included government officials, politicians, and members
Like
of the
in Ukraine
military
too, could
of
be.
the once free republics. But these deportations were still
You gotta do some
relatively
illegal
limited
shit
in
to have a
scale.
normal country, you know?
It wasn't until the following summer, starting on the 13th and
Can't
14th
always
of
follow the
June,
laws.
1941, that the scale dramatically increased. On those dates, an estimated 34,000 Lithuanians, 15,500 Latvians,
Bro.
and 10,000 Estonians were rounded up and sent to Siberia and the Soviet East. Anyone who was even suspected of being disloyal to the new regime was deported and purged. The estimates of the total number of people who suffered from some form of repression at the hands of the Soviet Union are as many as 34,000 in Latvia, 60,000 in Estonia, and up to 75,000 in Lithuania. As a
Dude.
result of these deportations and repressions,
How many people does Lithuania have?
in all three of the Baltic republics as a day of remembrance. But for those of you looking at the date of June 14th, 1941, and thinking it looks awfully familiar, it was only 8 days before the Germans launched Operation Barbarossa, invading their erstwhile ally. It did not take long for the Soviet occupation to be replaced with a German one. And it wasn't necessarily that the Balts were pro-German. In fact, there was fairly substantive anti-German sentiment, but because the anti-Soviet feeling was so strong, the advancing Germans were greeted as liberators.
Oh.
Local populations took advantage of the advancing Germans to launch attacks of their own against Soviet soldiers and NKVD personnel.
We are never actually. This is my first time like realizing in timeline how close this is. I always assumed that there was like some time in between, a bit longer than this, but just a few days. Holy shit! Of course you would be looking for anyone else to be allying with your people than fucking Soviets. Oh shit. Da Vinci. Alina Mikhailova. Oh, that's her. Man, he was a hero. He was amazing. 27, dude. He received the highest national title of Hero of Ukraine with the award of the Order of the Gold Star. He became the youngest commander and the first volunteer to be awarded this rank during his lifetime. Aww. Just beautiful, beautiful. He was a great man. He truly was a great man. Igor Shushko. Oh, that's the American one. Oh, yeah. Kolodych stabbed and killed by his yard worker in his mansion. You know how I learned about this? You know how I learned about this? The first reports on this were not that he was killed by his yard worker, but that he was killed by his maid. And the way I learned about the reports that he was killed by his maid is because someone on Twitter made a meme of Budanov in that French maid outfit. And I was like, huh, where did this come from? And then I scrolled down a bit on the news and it's like, dude was killed by his maid. And I was like, okay. I tended to throw one in rubbish too before it became a political tradition. Nice. Based. I hope we learn from your tradition and we also start chunking them in trash. It seems good. No. What? Oh, wait, she... What? She serves? Oh, she's a veteran of the war and she now serves on the Kyiv City Council, but earlier this year she re-enlisted in the army. Whoa. She and her father are both in the same combat unit? Dude. Oh, dude. Oh no, look at this. Olga Limarenko. She and her girlfriends went together to apply, but they were turned away because the officials said they didn't need anyone else at the moment. So Limarenko decided to contribute in another way by making Molotov cocktails to deliver to Ukrainian cities under Russian occupation. During last week, we made about 1,000 of them. Holy shit. It's like, you don't want to allow me to go into the military? Okay, I'll just burn the fuckers. Nice. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Holy crap. That is just... When was this written? March 19th to 22. Oh, fair. Nice. Okay, fair. Holy shit. Hey, yo, DB, how's life? How's your work going? Are you at work? I think you are. I think you are. Oh, these? Wait, let me save. So when we finish with Baltics, we could go through the sanctions. Because we also have to look into... which one of them was it? Fuck, while we were looking at the Baltics video to finish it, I'm gonna try to find this. Something got I don't want to say banned, it wasn't banned, but like the Scandis are stopping the use of few brands which are still working with Russia, which is You only think about work just like my boss. Okay, how's your free time? How's your free time going? Is it going well? Are you having nice and jolly time drinking coffee and chilling and relaxing? Yeah, because I hope you are. I hope you are. Yeah, Shoigu. Go complain to Shoigu that Russia still has food on its shelves. It shouldn't. It should not. Okay, who do you have? What was that website where you could look into which? It was going well until I got asked about work. How's your relaxing time going? What was that site? What was that site? On brands. Fuck, I don't know which one it was. Was it this one? Where you could like look at the brands and then you could... Oh, here it is. But no, it's not this one. Suspending activity. There was a pretty one. This is the ugly one. This is the ugly version of it. But there was a pretty version of it. And it was broad and you could look at country by country data. And I kind of liked that. I kind of liked that. And then I could look at what Croatia is doing. So I was a fan of this. But now Okay. Okay. Oh, here it is. I found it. Found it. I found it. I didn't. I found it. 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 I found. So you got Croatia is country. Croatia is country. Country is Croatia, and then you look at our brands. So you have Podravka and Sardina, and both of them have suspended working with Russia. Yeah, yeah. Buy Croatian brands. Buy Croatian brands. Come on, come on, come on. Give us cash. Give us cash. Give us cash money. This is fish stuff. This is spice stuff. Ketchup, mayonnaise, Ivar. They have Ivar in those squeeze packages. So buy these, okay? Buy these from our brands because they suspended working with Russia. Don't buy them from your shit brands because your shit brands still work with Russia, probably. Can we take in Serbia? Last time we looked at Serbia, it didn't look too well. Ha! See? Don't get it from Serbia. Don't get their shit. They are doing well. So, losers. Don't do that. Don't fly around with Serbian airplanes. You wouldn't sit on a Serbian airplane anyway. Are you that stupid? You're not that stupid. Come on. Don't fly with Serbian airplanes. And also don't buy Serbian oil, I guess. Gazprom. It's Gazprom. Don't do that. Don't do that. Pussy fucking pronunciation of Croatia. You people add those little vowels around because you find stuff, normal stuff, hard to pronounce. Fucking cowards. Here's Estonia. So we got something withdrawal, but there's no logo. We got this one. Ended business in Russia and Belarus too. We got Bolt liquidating the remaining entity. We got Basetrack fully exiting Russia. But we do have ST Gas, which still continues to import Russian gas, but is looking for alternatives. So that one is in yellows. So if you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can't avoid it, be sad about it. Finland. Finland. Oh, ho, ho. Finland not looking too good. Not looking too good. Not looking too good. Okay, actually, no. Some of them are good. Oh, look at this. Okay, lots of withdrawals. Lots of withdrawals. Lots of based groups. I don't know what most of these are. I don't know what most of these are, but most of them have pulled out, which is based and perfect and exactly what you should be seeing in the universe. Great. Great. Suspension also okay. Withdrawal would be the best, but suspension is also okay. Now, scaling back. You got these materials, financials. There's a whole bank. Stop using this bank. And then you got these four. Materials, healthcare, industrials, and materials more. Materials are kind of like the ring for me. What materials are you giving them, you cowards? What materials are you... What are they? What are they? Yeah, Nordea Bank is... They are to stop processing payments to and from Russia and Belarus. Oh, scaling back, so like they are stopping it. Stopping it. Scaling back means they are doing something, but not to... how would I say it? Not to quickly. Losers. Finnish losers. Oh, talking about losers, look at Germans. Look at Germans. Okay, let's start from the normal ones. Okay, you have a lot of groups which I pulled out completely. Nice, nice. This seems familiar. I don't know why, but nice. United Internet, nice. Siemens, nice. TeamViewer, nice. Okay, these are Reve. I know what that is. Nice. Mercedes, nice. I didn't know. Lufthansa, nice. International Paralympic Committee, what, really? Banned Russian athletes? Fucking based. Jäger! Oh, of course, Jäger is out. Thank you, Jäger. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What else do I know? What else do I know? Edeka, nice. Oh, German? Nice. Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Telekom, nice. We use Telekom actually in the household, so I'm quite happy to see they withdrew. Deichmann, Aldi, Adidas, nice. Okay, so all of these withdrawed based. Now suspension. Okay. I don't know where. Still, hey, we use Still. Actually, we use Still. So I'm happy to see they suspended. Holy shit! I would have to sell back the new. Hey yo, my camera got refreshed. I would have to sell back the new lawnmower because of this. So I'm not too happy about that option. Thank you, Germany. Lidl is here. Lidl is suspended apparently. They stopped sales of Russian products in stores. Puma, Porsche. We're good. Haribo. DHL suspended all shipments to Russia. Based. Commerzbank, BMW, Bember, Audi, based. Now we got scaling back, which are the pussies. Okay, scaling back are the pussies. Scaling back are those who don't have the balls to stay, but also they don't have, the balls to continue operation. So they're kind of like Continental resumed local production after having previously suspended the Russian factory. So why does it say scaling back? They should be in the red. They should be in the red. They should not be in this. Plans meaningfully reduce exposure to Russia. Buying time are the companies which have done nothing so far. Metro being one of them. You know why Metro is staying there? It's because they're shit. I don't know these. Bayer? Why? That seems familiar. Why? Stopping unspecified non-essential business activities. So they lied. They lied about it and they're still working. Fuck them. Continues to support healthcare providers, still operating in Russia. Business as usual. None. Playground equipment. Right, come on. This is German. Continues to operate Russian LLC renamed Vechenaya Zvezda despite statement of withdrawal. Fuck them. Oh, fuck them for this. New Yorker. Continue to operate and open new stores. Hey, don't go buy that. Okay, these ones are very, very famous around here. Don't stop buying from them. I don't know any other ones. But hey, awesome. Wait, I'm gonna give you the link. Here's the linky if you want to check out your own country. So far, Croatia doing well. Anything else, I piss on them. One customer in Russia that can afford its shit equipment, and it's Putin. Too much. You allow Putin to work. That's too much. Yeah, for healthcare, I'm like half. I'm 50-50, and I'm mostly 50-50 because I don't trust that they are just healthcare providers. It's like, Also, like, are you providing some kit that is used to deliver to the soldiers to the front line? How does that work? How does that one work? I don't trust them. I don't trust any of them. Who gives a fuck about Jaeger in Russia when Belarus provides them with glorious Charudei, the Witcher, instead? To be fair, Jaeger is probably better because it's Jaeger. Why would it not be better? China? Oh shit, no. I'm pretty sure like all of those are working, right? Do they have anything that pulled back? If they have a single one that pulled... Oh, they do! Nice. Bank of China? Look at these allies. Look at this BRICS member curtailing Russian access to capital markets. Oh damn, BRICS getting stronger, my dudes. BRICS getting stronger, I guess. 4 different banks. 4 different banks. Nice, nice. Let's hope more banks continue doing this. Hey, fair. BRICS bank suspended. What did I tell you? No, this is BRICS unity. Okay, stop it, stop it. Okay, BRICS is going to replace dollar with a new dollar. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Buying lots of clothes from New York. Your work body should be put in prison. No. Buyers making GMO to make Russians infertile for 200 years. Oh, it's like in Mass Effect. Who played Mass Effect? You know how when Krogan was starting wars around the galaxy, we gave them genophage? Is that what's happening to Russia? That's what Bayer is doing. Bayer are basically Solarians. These are like actual Bayer workers, pictured doing their jobs. The Bayer worker. And they are creating genophage to stop the Krogan. These are the Krogan, these are the Russians, okay? To stop them from going around and attacking entire galaxies. This is your little video game lore knowledge at this point. These ones are actually good. Macron wanted to attend the BRICS meeting. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? Who invited him? Who wanted him? Fuck, wait. Did I miss some messages? What was the Australia? Australia, 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 Australia. Here. Buying time and got some suspensions, got some greens. Thank you, Australia. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are diligent. Canva withdrew. It's Australian. I didn't know, but Canva withdrew. Thank you, Australia. The freelance is still there. Sanctioned payment methods have been disabled. Okay, it's something related to recent events in Eastern Europe. Bitch. What a pussy statement. In relation to recent events in Eastern Europe. You mean an invasion? You mean an invasion, you coward? Recent event. Can't find a single gram of coke over that. To be fair, it's because, you know, I hear our president wants to join BRICS too. It's probably because he got there before you did. to call the BRICS home. C in BRICS, it stands for Croatia. That's why China suspended all the banks from working with Russia. You know, they actually have nothing to do with BRICS. It's us. Pfizer stopped all new product sales and clinical trials in Russia. Based to. Everything should be banned. Everything should be made illegal. Shitting brains, yeah. That's why it's called that way. I don't know if you guys have seen. There's this one ridiculous looking image of BRICS people meeting. Fuck, you've probably seen it. It was like very, very viral for a while. And like the representatives of all the nations. But the joke is that they didn't dare to put China and India next to each other because they would beat each other up. And in the image, like they do the whole thing with like Hanzo or Unity, I don't know, whatever the fuck. And they put one woman there in the middle to like keep the peace between the two of them, and she looks positively terrified in the image. It's such a stupid little thing. Like, none of these countries actually want to work together. Why are we pretending it's otherwise? Max. What's Max saying? Max is interesting. Max is interesting. Kadyrov's right-hand man, Delimkhanov, was killed. Oh. Hey, this one terrifies me. I see that meme every once in a while, and I'm like, whoa. But fair. What do I tell you? Shit happens, my dude. Shit happens. Last link? Wait, let me try to click on it in another browser. Let me see. Oh, it's about Wagner? In Donbass, Wagnerites kidnapped and tortured a member of the LPR militia, so one of their own, extorting money from them. Wagnerites demanded 50,000 rubles and then 100,000 rubles. Oh yeah, it's not safe for work. It is not safe for work. True, true, true. What the hell, though? Wagners, these are your people. These are their people. Are these not their people? These are their people. Acronym they come up with when they add like 19 or however many countries they're saying I want to join. Oh yeah, that's gonna be ridiculous. BRICS Plus. They can make a flag too. You know that like new USA flag for LGBT, and it has like the triangle shape too. They're gonna make something like that for BRICS. Oh, that would be fucking great. Oh, sorry, I had to look at it, bro. If they take Mariupol anytime soon, well, I still don't have to be working. I'm just gonna be having like a whole bunch of beers on the stream. That's it. I wish. Wagnerites and Kadyrovics do it all the time to anyone around. The Russians are just too ashamed to tell about that. I don't know how smart it is. I mean, it's Russia, actually. I don't know. My comment is worthless. I want it to be like, I don't know how smart it is to do that, because surely it makes it harder to get people to join the Russian military, right? If shit like this keeps on happening. Like, I assume the families know at least, and they talk between each other. It's not like you can keep this secret from the families. You can hide it from the press. You can't hide it from the people. But it's Russia. They don't really have good ways of dealing with anything at any point, do they? So, yeah. Hey, Bad Baltic Takes made a post for today. Bad Baltic Takes made a post for today. Demand ransom money, capture someone who brings ransom, repeat with him. Holy shit! There's going to be a case study after this war over like how complicit is a nation willing to be. They're going to do a case study. They're going to be like, oh, look at everything that has happened to Russians during this year, and still they did nothing about it. Still they kept on being okay with whatever the government decides. Because this absolutely is some sort of like a unique situation. I don't know. I can't remember many other people would be so chill with the idea that someone from your immediate family could just like either get sent to the front line and die, or be kidnapped by other people and then tortured and then possibly die from that, or you will have to pay and then you may get tortured. Like, it's just a fucking shithole. Wagnerites have started returning to Russia recently. People from fucking prisons who have now been taught how to kill even more effectively than previously. They're returning back to Russia. They're like roaming around doing their shit. I don't know. It's just at this point it's almost like it feels cruel watching it, you know? It's like, oh, they already are, you know, in a horrible situation. It's getting worse, and it's getting worse, and it's getting worse, and they're doing nothing about it. How are they doing nothing about it? What the fuck? I don't know. Do I still do any such case studies? We're gonna do a case study. People are gonna look back and think about how involved other countries got. Oh, when it comes to Ukraine, I could see that. When it comes to Ukraine specifically, I could see that. When it comes to Russia, I'm like confused on that one. I'm confused specifically on their lack of action in any sort of a way, you know? It's like it's your own country. It's your own people. How are you so useless? I don't know. I don't know if I have too much trust in like our governments. But I would love to believe that we would not allow something like that to be happening. You know what I mean? But when it comes to helping Ukraine, I think it's going to be really interesting, especially like with NAFO and everything already having reports made on them. And the crowdfunding of this war being very, very important. Yesterday I followed like a couple of sources collecting funding for the Ukrainian military, and they all managed to collect nice amounts in a relatively short amount of time. So it's very impressive to me. It's very, very impressive, and I'm very, very happy with the way it's working so far. It's just, it's kind of an interesting contrast between that and then the way Russian culture has morphed their people. Scale goes from Ukraine on the low end, who got tired of corrupt politicians, to Russia, who are the most complicit people on the planet. Yeah, that too. Even the Chinese riot from time to time. Yeah, like actually, yeah. I don't know. It just weirds me out at this point, it keeps weirding me out with every second. Didn't they recently push for something? Fuck, I wouldn't need to find. Wait, actually, I'm gonna play the video to try to find you the source of this.
These attacks were so strong, in fact, that in places like Lithuania, the Soviets were driven back before the Germans even arrived. Some of these Baltic-led attacks were attempts to free some of the political prisoners who had not yet been deported eastwards. While some were freed, at least 5,000 prisoners were executed by the NKVD before the Soviets' own retreat. The Germans, however, did not come as liberators, and they had no intention of respecting Latvia's, Estonia's, or Lithuania's sovereignty. The German occupation of the Baltics lasted from 1941 to 1944 and was marked by repressions, economic depredation and devastation, racial intolerance, and the Germanization of the population. During the occupation, it's estimated that 300,000 Jews and 35,000 ethnic Lithuanians, Estonians, and Latvians were killed. Despite this, as the fortunes of war changed and the Red Army advanced in 1944, as many as 200,000 Balts fled their homes towards Germany, Finland, Sweden, and other countries who would take them. The terrible memories of the Soviet occupation still looming large.
I should go sign the contract tomorrow, actually. What is the date? Today is Wednesday, right? Is it Wednesday? Oh yeah, I should be signing the contract for work tomorrow, and then I should be starting work Friday. So I should be having work Friday and Saturday afternoon, I guess. So that means the streams are going to be in the morning, and then also I'll see how it works together with the job and the streaming, because I want to keep streaming while I'm having the job. I want to keep on doing both, because it feels like if I limit my experiences to like what's going on in the work, I'm going to get into drinking. I was just thinking about this yesterday, like, bro, I'm gonna become a drunkard, but like, I cannot. I'm so used right now to like following everything that's going on, and I like think about it so much in my free time. It feels like if I stop doing that, I won't know how to handle it. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like okay. I don't know if that's smart. I was legit like yesterday. I was there like, is this an addiction at this point? Because I was having so much fun yesterday. I was looking into AFD. AFD and what their politicians are doing, and then what Germans are saying about their politicians. There's one really cool I have to show you. Germans are making like joke videos on what would happen if AFD got into government, so I have to show you one of these videos. I found it translated, but basically, like, I was having so much fun doing this, and at one point in the evening I'm like, bro, if I wasn't doing streaming, like, what would I be thinking about right now? And I don't know. I think I'm like so used to being so occupied with this, because it's genuinely fun to me. Like, I genuinely, whatever I do outside or like with family meetings or whatever, whenever there's like a chance to have some free time, I'm like, yeah, I can go on my PC, I can do some Googling, and I'm so hyped for it. And I don't know what I would do without it, so I have to keep on streaming. I have to do this. I would fall apart. I would fucking crumble. It's not even, I don't even know how sad that actually is. But yeah, I'm quite hyped about Friday and Saturday, because it's going to be 2 first days of me doing the stream plus doing the work. So I'll see how it goes. I'll see if I have to do some changes to like how I do sleeping. I probably will have to. I went to sleep at like 3 in the morning last night again. I'll probably need to implement some changes, but I'm hoping that I can balance it both out, because it counts. It's all first, okay? It's first days. It's actually the first month. Look, what I'm doing is basically calculated because I am a replacement for the person who is on a birth leave. I calculated that I have to work for about 600 days. I have started counting them down. Okay, I can't wait to like start crossing them over to get out of my 600 days of working, so I can get a vacation then. I did all the calculations. I know exactly how many hours it's going to be. Part of me is like, I gotta wait so she gets the like absolute confirmation from the doctor for how long this is going to last. Oh, but it's a bit more than a year. It's a bit less than 2 years actually. I assume you probably worked longer than I will. It sounds like a lot, you know, but it really isn't, is it? So I think it's gonna be fine. I'm just the only part that that I'm kind of worried about is like doing the stream and doing the work in the same day. I think it's going to be interesting, at least for the first few weeks, to maybe balance it out. But also, you know, I'm hyped about having more money. Gonna be able to spend so much more. 3 to 5 days as a test. I actually have test. I think it's like 3 months for the test period. But also I kind of want cash, so I feel like I'm gonna just stay for my 600 days and then hopefully never return.
Mines.
They asked me when I was doing the conversation to get the job. The person doing the questionnaire, she was like, "Hey, do you want to keep on doing this long term?" And I was like, And she was like, are you sure? Like, maybe you like it. And I was like, I probably will not. Like, to be honest with you, I probably will not. Because I'm good. I know how to deal with people. I worked as a waitress. I know how to deal with people. I know how to make them feel like I tolerate them, but I don't tolerate them. I don't like random people. So I very much doubt that it's going to be a job that I will love. But hey, cash money. We better strive to not be anything like the fascists, but it seems the less smooth-brained Russian government NPCs today seem to have taken is war good, non-Russian Nazi. Yeah, basically, yeah. It is. Oh, fuck, it reminds me of, who was it? That's propagandist we watched yesterday, if you remember. How he was explaining what Nazis do. And his explanation was the perfect explanation of what Russia is doing right now, but he tried to turn it onto Ukraine. So he was like, oh yeah, they would go and invade other territories and threaten them, just like Ukraine is doing right now. No? They would be trying to genocide people based on their ethnicity, just like Ukraine is doing right now. Huh? It was such a weird thing because he was running straight into the point. He was running straight into the issue, but still he refused to acknowledge it. It was so weird. Customer service, yeah, basically. Basically that. Because like no hate to people. I don't really like them. I don't like most of the randoms. There's something. How to say this in a nice way. There's something annoying about most people you will meet in your life. I'm a big proponent of the idea that you will not be friends with most people you meet, and you don't need to try. It's a waste of time to even try. Most people you know, waste of time. Don't. You will be getting on well with a specific type of a person, usually with interests that align with yours or whatever, but knowing more people usually is just kind of unnecessary. You really don't need that. So I'm a big hater of like the Balkan culture of trying to make friends with everyone you meet, and that's what they do. That's what they were doing when I was a waitress, and I kind of fear they're going to do that now too, with this thing where they like try to talk about your private life when you're at a job, or they try to share your experiences or whatever. Like, I don't know. It seems like it should be common sense that a person working in a store or as a waitress or whatever, it seems that you should like be aware that they don't really give a shit about your situation. You know, they don't really care. But for many people, this doesn't really seem to be a fact they can understand, which for me was like the most annoying thing when I was a waitress. You know, it was like I don't give a shit how your family is doing. You know, I genuinely couldn't care less how your family was doing. But they would come there and they would be like, oh yeah, this is what they're doing, and this is like what the exams my kids are having and stuff like that. And then they just like take your attention away from the job, and you have to keep them occupied. And I don't even care. I don't know your kids. I don't give a shit what your kids are doing. It's kind of, yeah. So it feels like this is just going to be 600 days of listening to that. So I'm not really too hyped about that, but I'm gonna get cash money, so I'm okay with that. Just like kids but older, yeah, true. That is true. We need to make that illegal. We need to make it so that we introduce a bit more of Scandi culture around. German too. I liked in Germany when I was working there, the worker in a store. I still remember the first time like I went there, and she didn't even greet anyone when we walked into the store, and I was like, huh, do they not do that here? But here you have to be like, hey, yeah, good day whenever someone enters. They didn't do that. We went to the checkout. She's like, just like quickly scanned everything, really quickly, by the way. Holy shit, Germans are wild on this. But quickly scanned everything, took the money, and that was it. No small talk, no nothing. I loved that. I loved that so much. I wish we had that more in the Balkans. Because, come on, a lady at the checkout, she doesn't give a shit what you're doing, okay? She shouldn't give a shit what you're doing. If you're lonely, go make some real friends. Don't be annoying people who have jobs and who can't get away. It would be funny if the waitress told customers to shut the fuck up. I was thinking about it, and then I was like, I'm getting money, though. I'm getting money. I have no integrity, you know, that's the problem. I have no integrity. It's like, I hate random ass people in like physical spaces. Like here I'm chill with it, but I think here I'm chill with it because it's a situation where like if you get annoying, I can just get rid of you, you know? Like if you start sharing too many stuff, I can just be like, ha, fuck off from the chat, and I can ban you. You can't really do that IRL. So I think that's too. But I did have plans of telling them to shut the fuck up, and then I never did it because I didn't have any balls to do it. Plus, I was getting nice tips, so I was like, yeah, okay. Professionalism, yeah, I guess. It's just loving money. I just love money. I was just a fan of cash. Croatian flag is basically the Dutch flag with the Brabant flag inside of it. Oh! Well, yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, true. It is this, just better, okay? And it's better because it's Croatian. Streaming helps avoid a lot of social anxiety too. It does. You know what else it does? But I don't know how smart this is. But I've learned that I possess a lot more information on literally any single topic than a lot of people around here. So I don't know how that's going to reflect on my job. But it's an interesting thing because there's a lot of what people like on Twitch would consider simple baby analytics, right? You go up to a normal person, IRL, you tell them some of these things, dude, my man, they will not know how to react, okay? So I'm kind of interested in that. Like I remember, I was talking to my cousin recently, for example. He's a kid, relatively a kid, I don't know, teenager. And he had this thing where he was questioning religion. So I was there on coffee with my relatives, and he's being like, oh yeah, I don't really know if I want to go to church, and his mother is like, no, of course you have to go to church. So he asks me how I'm feeling about religion. And I do think, man, I don't know if he watches the streams. He had once hinted that he's kind of like coming around here in these parts. So I don't know if he did it on purpose. But he asked me what I think about religion, and I did a whole speech over like how it's faith-based, so it's not evidence-based. You know the usuals. My man, it's like you came to a room of people and gave them a thought that none of them had before. It was so weird. It was wild, people being like, oh yeah, faith really doesn't require evidence, because if it had evidence, it would not be faith. And it's like a random ass, it's not even like the deep sentence or whatever, but like it was weird how they all reacted. And then we had whole debates over like the religion and everything, and it was so weird because I would say something that is like in Twitch spaces you would consider it a stupid statement. You say it to a random villager, you fucking break their minds. At one point I mentioned pantheism. And I mentioned that I learned about pantheism mostly from reading Hermann Hesse book, Damien. And they were like, whoa. It is a weird thing. It is a weird thing. I don't know what to do with that. Like, part of me is like, ooh, I really want to go to work and just act smart as fuck. But another part of me is like, I don't want to be a Redditor IRL. And I feel like I would be a Redditor IRL if I do that. Pantheism. Like the belief that everything is a god. Everything is a god. The universe is a god itself. Hermann Hesse has a book in which he describes it as a... it doesn't matter whether you believe in a god or not, because God is. So it doesn't matter what you think about it. Like, God is, and you are a part of God, and a god is a part of you, because God is the cosmos itself. Nothing really matters how you feel about religion, because you already are God, and God is already you. I don't know, I thought that was kind of cool. I thought the book was really, really cool. But, you try to talk about it to, like, average people, and they don't really, I think, follow the conversation that much, because most of their conversations were just, yeah, God is real because Bible said so, and then you go like, you compare it to like Harry Potter is real because Harry Potter books say so, and they go, whoa. Like, truly, just like online you would say some of these things, and no one would take you seriously. They would be like, yeah, this is elementary school level analytics. It's like Sneeko when he says that, like, oh, is eating the body of Christ actually cannibalism? Ho ho ho. It's like online, someone says it, people are like, whoa, what a stupid question. But it feels like IRL, if you would say something like that, many people would be like, whoa. Good question, got me thinking that. Especially channels with more mature audience. I'm a long-time subscriber of some Polish streamer. Hey, there's 2K people in his Discord, 400, 500 usually watching. Nice. Oh, nice. That is great. That sounds amazing. Oh shit, that's huge. I'm happy that the Polish person is succeeding. I hope Twitch gets taken over by Poles. Devil is also the worst part of yourself. Yeah, that too. Man, you should have seen the conversation when I told them that there's 7 virtues. So like there's the mortal sins in the Bible, right? But there's also the virtues. And no one really talks about virtues at any point because they use the sins mostly to like scare you into not misbehaving, right? Bro, that was a huge conversation too. The idea of hell, I still do that sometimes. And I've learned that it's a good thing to poke. Try to do this with like a religious person close to you. You know what you need to do? Remind them that the Bible, now specifically works on Christians, remind them that the Bible has gone through many translations in the past, right? Remind them that officially Vatican itself can't agree on whether or not hell is actually real. Every single time I drop this, it's like taking a brick and chunking it into the universe and just seeing what it breaks. Every single time I talk to Christians, I just like dropping this fact, like, are you aware that they don't really even know if hell is real? Because they don't. Like, according to their religion, they don't know if the Bible says hell is real or not. They're fighting over it. It's the scholars, people who have access to every single biblical book ever in all the languages. They can't decide. So there's no chance that you as a person know if they can't decide, having access to all the evidence. So every once in a while, I just drop this into the conversation to see how people react. all gods in some sort of mythology cinematic universe, it's I think that would be polytheism. I think it would be polytheism. I was raised Catholic. Yeah, Christian Catholic. Yeah. Hey, I know that one. Yeah. It's a big Bible anyways. They don't give a fuck about different translations. That's why I give a fuck. And that's why I have strong arguments to like push them into whatever one they don't like. Because usually they'll be like, oh yeah, hell is real because like hell punishment, and then I hit them with, do you think an all-loving God would allow souls to be tortured forever? Do you really think that's how he would be doing this? Do you think he would allow them to be in just pain forever and ever and ever? Truly? That's a piece of shit you believe in? And then they go, whoa. And then you hit them with the explanation that when hell is mentioned in the Bible, whenever it's mentioned in like the human version of hell, it's mentioned as a hole where they burn bodies. It was basically like a huge pile of trash forever burning, and they would chunk bodies in it. It was a real location. So the way Bible says it is like some souls will go to heaven to live there forever with God, and some other souls are going to go there. But it doesn't say that they are necessarily going to be burned forever. It does say they will die a second death, which to me, like it makes sense that it would mean that they just like burn away and that's it, right? So I always present it to people as like, this is a more moral option for a God you believe in, because if you believe he's all loving, why would he give you eternal punishment for very temporary crimes you did on earth? Surely this would not fit into his whole idea of being forgiving and all loving and everything like that. So it's kind of cute how they like always fall for that. You always see them kind of just like, and then stop having conversations. Man, I'm gonna do that. My 600 days of working in the store is just going to be me poking at religious people, being like, hey, hey, hey. Catholic churches admitted to the entire public recently extraterrestrials exist. What are you talking about? What? Oh, like that aliens may be real? The one that like the Pope has said that like there's a how did he say it? That if there's aliens, they're going to get a place in heaven? Is that what you're talking about? Most translations conflate concepts anyways. Yeah. Like Lucifer, Satan, and all hell-like locations lumped together. Yeah, that's also true. Because according to some translations, the snake at the start of the Bible, according to newer ones, that is the devil. But if you look at the older ones, it is not. It's just like a random ass snake. So that's also cool to me, how the imagery has changed throughout the years. Or like fights over whether Lilith was real, fights over whether Jesus had any half brothers, stuff like that. I think that's really interesting too. I think many Catholic scholars believe hell isn't real. They just disagree whether it's a place or a sort of state of being. I have seen them argue with whether it's eternal or whether it's a second death. So maybe that's what we are talking about, a place or a sort of state of being. Because the fight was basically like, is it eternal burning or is it death? So like you're there, then you're gone, the soul is gone. Because when they look at the heaven descriptions in the Bible, they specifically say eternal life, but it doesn't say eternal life when it comes to hell. It doesn't even mention eternal. As far as I know, the only place where they do mention eternal suffering is in relation to fallen angels being tortured in hell, but it is not in relation to humans at any point. I was doing lots of reading on this because I was doing fighting with friends, and I wanted to be smarter. Truly, that, and you know what else also. But this one, I haven't looked into this in a while. I don't know if they reach consensus, but this was a big talking point when I was in high school, whether babies which are aborted go to heaven or hell. You know how huge of a conversation this was? You know how many fights were had in Croatian online spaces over this, Christian online spaces, religious ones, because they couldn't agree, because like this soul has not sinned, so it should technically not be punished forever. But if you do not baptize your baby, then it can't get into heaven, regardless of the fact it never sinned. They were having whole fights over this. I remember like reading so many arguments for both of these, and then just like throwing bricks. So I would speak to someone and they would bring up whichever opinion it was. I would give them the other one just to see how they respond to it. It's funny. It's funny to poke at religious people. I like it. I like it. Against position, religion bad. It was foundation of writing culture traditions. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't think I'm against the religion bad overall position, and also I'm against the position. You know, when people say that like, oh, if we didn't have religions, we wouldn't have wars, or if we didn't have religions, we would have a better world. I'm against that too. I think it's a very, very lazy, useless statement. Like you can't know. Religion was, as you say, you know, so connected with everything that we did. As, you know, tribes, as civilizations. You can't say, oh, the world would be better if we had no religion. You genuinely can't know. It was so interconnected with everything that we did. It was connected with culture. It was connected with literature. It was like we have some ancient writings only because we had monasteries, which would be rewriting the shit, right? You can't know what the world would look like without religion. There is no chance for you to know it. So I even think like in some ways it's good to have it, because it creates the illusion of, do I want to say unity? I don't know if it's unity. It creates basically a group for you to be hanging out with, and people are healthier when you have something like that. It's like a social situation. So you're in a church group or something, and it's way better for you to be existing than it would be if you were just, you know, rotting away at your home. I think it's a good way to get people into existing and practicing their values together with someone else. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Past mythology and their associated religions is as important as studying anthropology and history. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, overall, I'm kind of looking forward to that. I know this was a big like tangent. I'm sorry. I know this was a big tangent, unrelated conversation, but I'm kind of looking forward to that because the area where I'm going to be working is actually quite a famous spot for religious people to go to. So I'm kinda hoping to see how it goes. I know that as a worker, I'm not supposed to be having too many comments made on you know, religious and political situation while doing work, but I'm still hoping. I'm hoping to do some pokes. Especially against Slav. Hey, by the way, we have a unban request. Reading millions of sources to intellectual dominating arguments. Shut up. Not to give any fucking pretend it doesn't exist. No, you're supposed to read all of them and then beat them. That's my favorite thing to do. Okay, read every single source existing, and then beat them. Know what they are and know how to mock them. I found that works the best way. That works the best way. You have to know how to make fun of everyone's beliefs. Because yours are the only proper ones. We banned Telefo. Why did we ban Telefo? Who even is that? Who even is that? Who even is that? No. Oh, he told Magnus that he's going to die. That's who it is. That's who it is. And then we banned him, and now he wants to be unbanned. I mean, that wasn't really a nice thing to say, was it? That wasn't really a nice thing to say. Okay, he goes, he insults Kim, he insults Magnus up there. No. Real flat earther. I have never met a real flat earther. Never. Oh, this was a conversation about Holodomor, I imagine. Russians are by nature evil. Of course, they would not do that. They would do that for pleasure, not to reindustrialize and get out of an agrarian system. The outcome was defeating the Nazis and prosperity. US gulags, anti-USSR propaganda, anti-Soviet propaganda. There's no famines. Ah, that's why we got rid of him. No, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with getting rid of him then. He can stay. I'm not having USSR defenders in chat. I don't feel like it's needed. I don't know how you feel about them, but like I'm not really too big of a fan. Not really too big of a fan. Rough patch of history. They did it themselves. I don't see them as victims. They're the same. They are the trash that has created the current situation. Guy who asked for unban yesterday. Yeah, he was on Heme stream and he was like, Vicky, unban me. And I was like, nah. And I didn't even know who he was at the time. I just went, nah. Because I assumed we had a good reason to ban him. I don't want people defending Holodomor around in chat. We might maybe, like, he's hanging out with Hemes. Do we think if he's hanging out with Hemes, do we think he has gotten a bit more normal? Do we try to actually allow him back and then see what happens? We can always just ban him again. The fact other people did crimes doesn't abolish Russians of doing their own crimes. I am strongly against that position. Like, Stalin did as much wrong as any of the other leaders at the time. Stalin was a piece of shit. The fact other people were pieces of shit doesn't change the fact that Stalin was a piece of shit. You know, it genuinely doesn't change anything about it. Cunt is a good word to use. I should start calling people cunts. I like the word cunt. I just not gonna even write anything. I wanted to let him know that he has like one chance to be normal. But I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna see what happens. Some nice facial hair. That's true. Imperialist scum. Yeah, that's true. All peoples, actually, not really all peoples. Especially not in the same way, and especially not right now. Yeah, it's kind of a it's one of those things where people are trying to make excuses for nations' past crimes while completely ignoring the fact that the mentioned nation is right now doing criminal shit. No, it reminds me of like someone pointed out how silly it is that people are denying Holodomor with being like, oh, well, of course Russians wouldn't just be evil and try to kill Ukrainians. And like, how ironic is it to say it now when Russians are trying to kill all Ukrainians? Like, why are you claiming they wouldn't be doing that previously when they are doing it now? Let me deny a genocide while another genocide is ongoing. Come on. So yeah, they're cunts. No. Atrocity Olympics, yeah. Based. There's soon to be nuclear level rockets for 100 seconds from Tel Aviv. Damn. Good luck. We'll see. Arrogant assholes is not the same thing as country doing a genocide. You know, it's like you're no, this is a mockery of the reality. We are arrogant assholes. It's not the same thing as attempting to genocide a neighboring country. It reminds me, have you guys seen the current Twitter discourse? Have you guys seen the current Twitter discourse over that author? She wrote, how is it? Eat, Pray, Love. Ta-da-da-dum. Elizabeth Gilbert. Elizabeth Gilbert. I don't know if you've seen the conversation, but you kind of remind me of that. This one. So what happened is she was writing a book. Shut up. She was writing a book. It's called The Snow Forest, and the book is set in USSR, and it follows a Russian family in USSR and how they're like trying to, be religious, but they can't be religious. Da, da, da. So when she announced that she is writing a book about Russians, Ukrainians were like, "Hey, I'm not sure this is smart, because like Russians are right now attempting to genocide us. Do you need to like write a book centering the perspective of USSR while they're using USSR symbolism to genocide us? Are you sure this is needed right now in the world?" So she listened and she was like, "Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just not going to publish the book soon. It's not problematic. I'll just not do it." Ukrainians were happy. Everyone was happy, like Gigi. But what happens then? Twitch troll, by the way, that is not a accomplishment. It feels like you need a hobby. And maybe learning how to communicate your opinions with people. Because basically, what happened is that other people got angry, and these like comments over like, "Oh, all the other countries are evil," shit like that. It reminds me of that. You guys are reminding me of that. Because there's a lot of comments here over people who don't agree with her decision. And a lot of comments which are being very, very, very stupid. So they're calling it censorship. They're claiming that literature is one of the casualties of this war. Like, we're talking about a woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love. Okay, I'm pretty sure her book was not supposed to be in any sort of a way heartbreaking the historical novels or something. It's like a random-ass book you find on the shelves. That's it. I don't really have too much trust into these types of writers, okay? But, oh, breaking TOS. Hey, really? Really, really, really? Do we need to get rid of someone? Do we need to get rid of someone? Do we need to get rid of someone? But I remember one of these comments. Fuck, there's way too many of them right now, and I don't know where to find it. But there's comments over like how, "Oh shit, if you don't publish this book, that's going to be like if we got all Dostoevsky books and burned them in the streets." And then there's other people being like, "Oh well, damn, now I'm not allowed to write a book set in any country in the world because every country has did crimes in their past." And then there's people being like, "Ha ha ha ha! Do I now have to make up a whole new universe every time I'm writing? Because only that way can we have a perfect country not doing crimes." And it's such a whataboutism to take away from the fact that Russia is right now doing a fucking genocide. Yeah, like none of this compares to a country right now in front of your eyes doing a fucking genocide. So it kind of, when I read these comments over like, "Oh yeah, Stalin was doing bad stuff, but so was everyone else, so Russophobia right now is unjustified." That's what it reminds me of, Like I don't know if you believe that Russophobia is caused by Russia's past crimes, but like they are right now doing a genocide. They are right now, as we speak, attempting to genocide Ukrainians. It's not as if people hate them because of their past crimes. They are right now doing crimes. They are right now trying to kill people, okay? They did one of the worst war crimes just a few days ago. The idea that like, "Oh, we shouldn't hate on them for this too much because other countries in their past also did crimes," is just laughable. Da-da-da-da-dun. My neck, you get help. What about my legs? Oh yeah, shit. Fair. Oh, what is this? Oh, what is this? If you can overcome the past. It's not the past, bitch. It's right now. It's happening right now as we speak. As we're talking. What do you mean if you can overcome the past, as if this is some sort of a high school little drama? Oh wait, he might actually be gone? Press service of Russian State Duma says he was wounded. Oh, 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 oh no, oh no, oh very sad, very sad, very sad. Oh, I don't think it's unjustified, especially not right now. First coffee didn't take. I just ordered another taste. Hope it's stronger. Can you get like a double? Are you getting double espressos? Can you get a double espresso? Like one small cup, but then like they put it in those like two at the same time. It remains at the latitude of the writer, not the reader, to publish the book. So this author understood it may have emotional negative association just because the story is about some Russian citizens. But she has the part, not the readers. Yeah, but she chose to listen to the readers, which I think is okay. She chose to listen to the readers, and she chose not to publish the book, which I think was a correct decision, and I think she deserves praise for that. Decaf coffee? Illegal. 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 This dude was already to kick some arse a few weeks ago. Wanted to take holo blast and shit. Well, sucks to be him, I guess. Sucks to be him. Sucks to be him. Oh no! A single shot so I can afford to support the stream. My man, is the work not paying you enough? Is your work not paying you enough? Sue them. Sue the fuck out of them. Stupid bullshit buzzwords to keep people from holding Russians responsible. Actually reminds me of Snyder. Snyder, I think, had a good conversation on this. Over how it's how was it? It's basically turning around the violence. It's Russians doing violence against Ukrainians, right? It's Russians trying to genocide Ukrainians. But then what they do is, in order to avoid the consequences, they turn it around as Ukrainians doing violence against Russians by screaming Russophobia. That's what's happening. It's a way of them to constantly be doing crimes, but then also seem to be the victims. Because whenever you call them out for this, they just turn it around and they're like, oh, you're calling me out? You are a violent person right now. You are a violent person right now. How dare you be Russophobic against me? Oh yeah, sure. If you have a stream at the end, absolutely. I would love to have someone European to raid. That would be great. Normal civilians now? Oh yeah, I think most people like don't want to do ethnic cleansing of Russia itself. So yeah. At least like that's how I've gotten it. I don't support, wait, let me just refresh this thing. I don't support any sort of going into Russia to do some ethnic cleansing or whatever either, of course not. That would be a delusional position. I do support wiping out the invaders, but everything else. Russians can do whatever they want in their own country. I don't think we should be advocating to go there and to genocide them or whatever. Then people say about the Russian guy getting eaten by a shark. Oh yeah, that was okay. It's not like we went there and killed him. If he was killed for being Russian, it would be different. But like when it comes to something like that, I'm not really shedding any tears for that. It would be different if he was attacked on the street for being Russian. In that case, I would be like, damn, this is like horrible. But when you just make edgy little jokes, I'm like, I don't really see too much harm. Yeah. Like you shouldn't go and attack Russians on the street. That would be bad. Okay. But like making edgy jokes on one of them, decides to flee the draft and then goes on a fucking little exotic vacation and then doesn't listen to warnings about where not to be in the waters. No, I'm not having any strong feelings. Oh wait, saving the name of the streamer. Saving the name of the streamer. Nice, thank you, thank you. Partying in other countries. Yeah, it's stuff like that, stuff like that. Like, we've seen a lot of them attack. Wait, let me just save the name so I have it. We've seen a lot of them like do stupid little posts online about how much they hate Ukraine still, making posts supporting Putin, drawing around Wagner imagery, stuff like that. So, you know, I don't think like, I'm not really seeing any of this as, yeah, I don't know. Too problematic. Find out about the truth of their invasion. I think they know. I don't think they care, though. I don't think they care. So that's it. But when it comes to anything else, I don't know. I'm just... It's one of those things where, like... You know how we talk about, like, the Russian bridge being blown up or something like that? I think that's how I see edgy jokes about this situation, too. It's a thing where I absolutely couldn't care less. I don't think there's less fucks I could be given than fucks I'm given right now. That's the way I'm in this currently. Yeah, I don't really think, though. I don't really think Russophobia is real, to be completely honest. Like, I could say... I don't even know. I don't even know if it is. Ah, shit. It's like half-half for me. It's 50-50 for me. I'm lying. It's not anymore. You know what's the thing? But I don't know if this depends on how much you follow Western spaces regarding this. But a lot of them will center Russian voices before centering voices of anyone else. A lot of them, like, they will be doing little debates on what to do about the situation, and they will be having Russians present. They will not be having Ukrainians present. They do, like, what was that authors thing recently? There was a huge chaos over it. Do you guys remember that? There was a thing, and like a bunch of authors were supposed to be present and talking about the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And the authors invited all of them Russian liberals, not a single Ukrainian one. Every single one of them was a Russian liberal. So I don't really know how much we're seeing Russophobia in practice, because the way it looks like from my position is that most of the world, especially when it comes to institutions, most of them still practice centering Russian voices specifically. Like when we talk about Russophobia, we might talk about it on like very niche parts of the internet, maybe. And even then, I'm not really sure if that's what it is. So I don't know. I don't know how I'm seeing it. Statistical number of Russians who resist the government, like 95.5 at best. I could be that too. Could be that too. Because I do have the belief, but it's because of Navalny's family. They got me really, really angry over this. So I think my hatred for his family, and ironically, is like shaping a lot of these opinions. But I have a belief that if you are a Russian existing in any sort of a space where you have any sort of a platform, at every single second you should be reminded you are representing a genocidal regime. And I think a lot of them refuse to do that. So because a lot of them refuse to do that, I'm not really too sympathetic to the cause, you know? I'm not really too sympathetic. What do you mean Japanese internment camps? Is that happening to Russians? Would you say that's happening to Russians? Like, no one's killing Russians. No one's putting Russians in camps, as far as I know. They're just existing and getting pushback, and that's it. Like, no one's. Yeah, but like then you can speak to those people. But I don't know. If you're asking me, I don't think that's happening to Russians. I don't think there's realistic fears of that happening to Russians at all. So Yeah, no. I think you know how I'm seeing it. How I'm seeing it. It's basically a situation where Russians are like, let's go kill and murder and rape and pillage and be complicit with the government doing this, and then other people are like, hey, you're kind of pieces of shit for allowing this to be happening, and then they go, well, what else are you gonna put a star on me like they did to Jews in the World War II? You're gonna Holocaust me, and no one's really trying to do that. We're just being like, you're pieces of shit because they are pieces of shit. So that's kind of how I'm seeing that. I think a lot of what we think is Russophobia, I think a lot of it is just Russian victim complex, way too overblown. Yeah. So I don't know. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it. But yeah, again, when it comes to like the shock jokes, I do stand by the opinion I've had at the start. Unless, I know there was like a video possibly posted, which was like him mocking Ukrainians. I don't know if the video was real. So I am commenting, just want to make that sure. I'm commenting from the position of thinking the video is not him, because I don't know if it was ever proven. But overall, I don't really give a shit about edgy jokes made about situations like these. So, yeah. Meh. Yeah. Wait. We didn't finish the video. Shark eating man jokes.
In addition, thousands of others took up arms, planning to resist the return of the Red Army. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and all of that. The Soviet reoccupation of the Baltic states and their reincorporation into the USSR was met with very little opposition on the international stage. None of the three states had governments in exile in the West, representing the rights of each of the republics and lobbying for their cause. As such, it was relatively easy for the Western Allies to simply ignore their plight. With the final results of the war in Europe still uncertain, neither the United States or the United Kingdom were willing to risk the needed relationship with the Soviets over the fate of the three countries. Countries which many in the West regarded as Russian anyway. When their right to self-determination for Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia was simply not mentioned at Yalta by the Western Allies, the Soviet Union took this as tacit acceptance that the territory was theirs and they were reincorporated to the USSR. The Balts, for their part, looked at the Soviet return as not a liberation, but another occupation. The first one had been the result of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which had been deemed illegal and invalid once Nazi Germany attacked the Soviet Union. The Soviets, however, with none of the powers of the West willing or able to vouch for the Baltic republics, simply ignored the questionable grounds which their claims to the region rested upon and kept the territory for themselves. Stalin, back in the Baltic saddle, resumed the repressions. There are estimates that as much as 9% of the population was impacted by the mass deportations, the executions, and the military operations conducted to put down the resistance groups which emerged in the face of what many locals saw as being an illegal occupation. Those targeted included, but weren't limited to, both real and perceived collaborators with the Nazi regime, those who had served in the German or Finnish armies, large landowners, and generally anybody who opposed Soviet policies. Between August and September 1945, 60,000 people were deported from Lithuania, with another 40,000 following them in February 1946. A total of 60,000 Latvians were deported over the same time period. Deportations would be used as a tool by the authorities against anti-Soviet elements from 1944 through to the early 1950s, really only stopping after Stalin's death. But it wasn't used just to maintain order, but also to help enact policy. Unlike the first occupation, which you will recall from our first episode, which had tried to implement land reform rather than collectivization, this occupation was looking to totally alter the Baltic farming scene. Initial attempts to collectivize met with little success. By 1948, only 4 to 8% of farmers had transitioned onto kolkhoz. The government response was to use brutal force. Starting on March 25, 1949, Operacja Priboi was conducted, where resistant farmers were simply deported to Siberia and the East. Approximately 30,000 Lithuanians, over 22,000 Estonians, and as many as
Bro.
43,000 Latvians were put on trains over a 3-day period and sent away. This amounted to about 3% of the region's total population. The result of this, however, was that by the end of the year, 80% of all arable land had been collectivized. This, like had occurred so often before, however, had a terrible short-term result. The amount of cultivated land had dropped by between 15 and 25% by 1955 when compared to 1940. Now, unlike the first Soviet occupation, the second occupation was met with armed resistance. We've done an episode previously discussing the Forest Brothers, so
Hey, we haven't
won't
seen
go into
this.
a ton of detail here, but only give a brief outline. Estimates are that even by 1945, there were about 15,000 people who had taken up arms against the Soviet presence in the Baltics. The Forest Brothers were actually one of the primary reasons the early collectivization efforts were so poor. The guerrillas derived much of their strength from the countryside. Much of the resistance was concentrated in Lithuania, where over the following years, upwards of 70,000 people fought with the brothers. The Soviets responded with force, creating a special group under the command of one of Stalin's key aides, Mikhail Suslov. This
Suslov.
force consisted of 2 divisions of elite NKVD troops and 7 independent regiments used to suppress the resistance. The Soviet Union was too powerful and able to deploy too much force to not eventually defeat the Forest Brothers, but not before losing about 20,000 men in the process. Of course, Stalin's death and the ending of targeted repressions also had a huge impact on bringing an end to the resistance. So, what effect does 10 years of deportations, repressions, and war have on local populations? Well, devastating would be an understatement. Keeping in mind that the Baltic republics are themselves relatively small and have populations to match, the result was that as much as 20% of the overall population had been lost. Now, the cultural and emotional impact aside, this had a tremendous economic impact on the region as well. The population losses were especially keenly felt in the loss of men of working age, meaning even after peace had been restored, there were tremendous shortages in the workforce. The Soviet solution was
Talking about this, I'm sorry, it just reminded me of something. I was in Scottish chat yesterday, and Simparuski was there. He has a new account. It's like Tseki something, I don't know. But Simparuski was there, and he was trying to fight with someone. Basically, someone from USA came to Simparuski's chat and was like asking questions. It wasn't even anything too strong. It was normal. But Simparuski, this fucking idiot, he tries to flex with how successful Russia is. So he writes, Russia has lower unemployment rate than USA, you dumb fuck. Your country is a loser. And I saw that message and I was like, bro, do you not know why your unemployment rate is so low? Because you have no one in the fucking country. That's why it's so low. There's no one there. Putin had to ban foreign journalists for coming to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum because one of the main topics on the St. Petersburg Economic Forum is going to be the fact that Russia is currently dealing with record low unemployment rate and no workers anyways. They have no one. Everyone's killed or escaped. That's why they can't do another mobilization. Because coupled in with the fact that their military has been, not really, I don't want to say fully useless, because they still are a dangerous opponent, but they have had a lot of conscripts die really, really quickly. If they do another mobilization, it's going to create the same exact issue once again. They can't afford to do this while they're having record low unemployment rate and no workers. So come on. Just fucking silly.
Was to fill the vacancies with ethnic Russian settlers. This was not met well by the Baltic nations, bitter and angry after years of suffering at the hands of the Soviets, seen as an extension of the same Russians that had dominated them in the days of the Empire.
I mean, that's what they
Census
were.
data shows the scale of this migration. Between 1959 and 1979, the percentage of Estonians in Estonia dropped from 75.6% of the population to 64.7%. Conversely, the percentage of ethnic Russians increased from 21% to 27.9%. In Latvia, the percentage of ethnic Latvians who made up the population dropped from 62% to 53.7%. The ethnic Russian population increased over the same time period from 30.9% to 40% over the same time. Lithuania, interestingly, largely escaped this demographic shift, with ethnic Lithuanians consistently making up about 80% of the population. Of course, there were other changes pursued to tie the Baltic republics into the Soviet fold.
Shit.
Starting from the fifth five-year plan in 1950, Moscow began the process of incorporating the region into the overall Soviet industrial network. As what happened in other Union republics, new industrial facilities were a key part of this plan, with the supplies to make these facilities run coming from other republics.
That is a
everything was
heartbreaking
designed
song,
for the
holy
overall
shit.
benefit of the Soviet Union, not the individual republic. This shifted somewhat after Khrushchev's reforms, including the creation of the National Economic Councils, the Sovnarkhoz. This act of decentralization allowed the Baltics and the other Union republics to have a greater degree of autonomy over decision-making in local industries. As a result, in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, more than 80% of industrial input shifted to Republican control. In addition, the three were able to take advantage of the pre-war industrial and transportation infrastructure that remained, which really boosted their output. As a result, by 1968, the per capita income in Estonia exceeded the Soviet average by 44%, 42% in Latvia, and 15% in Lithuania.
Nice.
The progressive policies of Khrushchev, however, were
Waiting
ended
for
in
liberation?
1964 after his ouster from power, and 1968 remained the high point for the Soviet Baltic republics. Sovietization, as we've discussed in several earlier episodes, also paid attention to education.
Maybe you're
and
gonna
cultural
deport them
life.
now.
Ideology was pushed through the school system, and children
You
were
know
taught
how they
that
started?
It was only through the care and
Where was
protection
it, in
of the Soviet
Latvia?
Union that their republics and people
That
could prosper.
if people with Russian passports
Culturally,
don't
religion
know
and church,
the language,
long central parts of
they
Baltic
can't
life
get
and identity, were
their
suppressed.
stay extended, so they
Church
have to
property
leave.
was confiscated and attendance was strongly discouraged. And how to maintain control in these newly incorporated republics? Well, by manipulating party politics, naturally. In the early 1950s,
Naturally, of course.
a series of purges were carried out, targeting the leadership of each of the republic's communist parties. In Estonia, through 1950 and 1951, the first secretary, the prime minister, and the chairman of the Supreme Soviet were each accused of bourgeois nationalism.
You know what's the worst thing is that it's not even. I've seen so many people crying about it being Russophobia, and it pisses me off so much because it's basically just it's just putting Russians on the level with everyone else. You know, that's like what I'm salty about. It's just like the demands for visa extension. They already exist in so many countries in so many different ways. It's not like you can just come to a country and then get a visa for like few months and then demand they keep on prolonging your stay forever. Usually you have to fulfill certain requirements in order to be granted the right to stay in the country. And so far, these countries just didn't do that to Russians because they were trying to be on proper terms with them. And now, of course, when Russia is doing an invasion, of course, people are like, yeah, do we really want to have like a bunch of Russians staying here, breaking the country's laws, having fucking privileges, plus also possibly being used by Russia to invade in the future? Like, are we really sure this is smart? Which isn't. So, because it isn't, they were like, okay, we need to set proper demands for Russians, the same way there's demands for every other non-European Union, non-Schengen member state. There are certain demands that a person has to fulfill, and if a person fulfills these demands, they do get the right to stay for more months on their visa. If they don't fulfill the demands, they have to leave. That's it. This is the whole thing. I don't know, dude. I was quite salty about them crying about it so much. Like, it wasn't even... There was a school teacher there who was like, I don't know if you remember, she was, I think Reuters interviewed her. And she was like, oh, I've been living here for 40 years. And now I have to learn Latvian. Bitch, you've been living there for 40 years. You can't, like, pass the normal, easiest difficulty Latvian test. 40 fucking years? The fuck have you been doing all this time? 40 years. Just by existing. Like, that has to be intentional. Holy shit. Because when I was in Germany, I was hanging out with Slav communities mostly. I was mostly hanging out with people who didn't speak German, right? Most of us were there for a very short time, so most of us were just there kind of chilling. But like just by being there, just by existing there, by going to the shop, by going to bakeries, by going to drive on a train around or whatever, you pick up the language. I was there for a few months. Most of the people there were there for a few months. And in a few months, you already see an improvement in the way they speak to Germans. Because there's a lot of terms that you just kind of pick up from existing in a country. 40 years? You should be able to have a basic conversation in a language if you've been living in a country where the language is spoken for 40 fucking years. Like, it has to be intentional if you still can't speak anything after 40 fucking years. How the fuck do you avoid the language so much? Just by walking around, by seeing people, you will get it. What are you doing? Have you been closed inside your house all the time? How the hell do you do that? Not learning a word almost. It is so surprising to me. It's so surprising to me, truly, because like I have many relatives who work in Germany, and it's like my father, for example, he was never learning German. He never wanted to go and learn German, right? He works in a firm where there is mostly Slavic people. So he doesn't need to learn German for work, right? But he still goes to do some shopping regularly. He still goes into, I don't know, a doctor sometimes if he needs it. He still goes and walks around the city sometimes to see new places, to go get coffee, to go chill around, right? And just from this, you get a language. You get some parts of the language just from that. He hasn't been that close to 40 fucking years. He's been there for like, I don't know, 2 and something at this point. And he speaks the language well. He can have a proper conversation with a person in German. And he never actually went to learn it, nor did he need to learn it. He just picked it up by existing. How do you not do that after 40 years of being in a country? It's just, I don't know, it's ridiculous to me. Like, you have to be the type of a person to choose not to study. Zero issues with English, and I never did well in German, even after 4 years of school. Oh, I was okay with it after hearing it, IRL. But yeah, school German is tough. But also, I've heard that like school German is nerd German. Like, Germans will make fun of you if you speak school German. Because my sister-in-law, she was taught proper German here in Croatian school. Had the best grades and everything. And the first time she came to work in Germany, so she moved there together with my brother. The first day at work, they were like, "Oh, why are you speaking like that? That's like Hochdeutsch. You're not supposed to be using that." It's very weird to hear you say these words in this environment. So she needed to learn how to scale it down, because Germans don't speak this way to each other. It's like a weird thing to hear. So I guess I guess you won't ever learn the like proper high one, proper complex version, but I don't know, just the normal one to speak on a day-to-day basis, like to get some, what is it, ABCC is like the highest level of knowledge of a language, right? The fact you can't get like A something after 40 years of being in a country, to me that just seems ridiculous. It's been 40 years, my dude. It's like, it's longer than my entire fucking life, come on. Not all can master multiple languages. I would say that like if you live in another country, you can. I genuinely don't. I truly don't think that you are unable to learn another language, especially if you live in a country where it's spoken. Like, it's different if you try to learn it at home, okay? No, I dislike German too. I find it impossible to learn. I get annoyed. When I'm trying to learn it. It's not even about long words, because I'm chill with long words. I like German long words because I'm good with vocabulary. So their long words are basically like a bunch of words you already know, thrown on top of each other, right? It's like a word sandwich. I'm okay with those. I hate their grammar. I'm weirded out by their grammar. But it's like, I feel like truly after so many years, you have to know at least the basics. Come on, like you have to. I don't think there's a person who would be finding it impossible to learn another language in 40 years of living in a country. Come on. But dislike of German, I understand dislike of German. Because, hey, when you say I knew basics of English by watching movies, cartoons before school, I was watching German cartoons before school. And still, I never learned anything but the basics. I was always finding it really, really hard to learn German, despite the fact I was watching cartoons in German. It's just, the language is weird. There's something weird about it. I was watching German cartoons. I was watching the Pilot Bears. This one. I was watching this one. I was watching SpongeBob in German. I was watching the Creepy Bread Show. One Piece in German. Inuyasha in German. Creepy Bread German show. I don't know his name. None of these. What's the Creepy Bread's name? Who knows the Creepy Bread's name? Here he is, Bent das Brot. I was watching this when I was a kid. I was scared of this dude. It's this one. His bread. He was terrifying. I still don't know what the show was about. I thought it was a horror show when I was a kid. I don't know if he was. Have you watched it? Was it good? He's depressed and what the fuck was that mean? Terrifying fucking bread. I thought it was a horror. I never understood too many words because it was in German, so I still don't know what he was about. But yeah. His favorite expression is missed, used in much the same way as the English crap. His other catchphrases are, I would like to be left alone. I would like to leave this show. And my life is hell. Proper German show for kids, isn't it? What the hell? Oh, okay. He couldn't get a proper job, so that makes sense. I don't remember any other characters. I'm just reading this and I don't remember any of this. I just remember being terrified of this, okay? That's the whole thing I remember. I remember being terrified of this. I remember him being shown on TV every once in a while and me being like, and then watching it anyways. I watched every single episode. I don't know what any single one of them was about. Spirit animal, yeah. Now that I've read like his catchphrases in English, it kind of makes me want to watch them. I need to be watching them. He's watching you right now. How fucking dare you? I actually look at the camera to check. No, he's terrifying, my dude. He's terrifying. Okay, I'm kind of scared of the bready little dudes. He's also very blocky, but he's very golden. Actually, I need to find someone German to ask if they think this is suitable for children to watch. That's what I need to do. Let me go this. Do you think there's translated stuff? See, that was him. Fucking terrifying.
Warum? Damit ich nicht mit ihnen diskutiere.
Absolutely fucking horrifying.
Rundherum gibt es alberne Gewinnspiele, aber nur hier gibt es die Kika Lounge.
Das ist doch alles nicht wahr. Aber nicht mit mir.
He looks constipated. That's because he's German. When have you seen a German not looking constipated? Come on, be real with me.
Ich vergaß. Mist.
I don't even know what this was.
Und
An
dabei ist die Nummer
advertisement?
mittlerweile schon so alt.
Altbewährtes trifft auf Neues und macht den einzigartigen Chill-Out-Mix.
I was
Hier
looking at
in der
nights on the kids' canal. That makes sense. I don't want Kika Lounge. Nerd Party?
Nee, Mac. Das Brot zaubert sich jetzt weg. XX. Das ist
Oh, the streamer. Oh, nice. Hey, yo.
witzig.
Hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo.
Wie habt ihr das gemacht? Okay. Ihr wollt Zauber? Könnt ihr haben.
The fuck is this?
Hier in der ultimativ
A
nerdigsten
German's
Fanlandschaft
okay?
von
No.
China.
Have you ever met a German? Have you ever met a German? My man, Germans are broken in every single fucking way possible. try to speak to a German 20-year-old. Try to speak to them. They're fucked. You know what Germans are? You know what Germans are? At least, okay, listen, I have to make a distinction. I was in Eastern Germany. Apparently, Western Germany does things in a more normal way. So I was in the least normal part of Germany, okay? But they do a thing. They do a thing, which I think is really stupid to do, and they do it anyways. You know how in USA, it's normal for kids to move out of their parents' house when they are really, really young, like 18? I'm gonna let this one play in the background to scare you. When, like kids move out at the age of 18 and then they have to get an apartment and then they have to start working at the age of fucking 18, right? In Eastern Germany, they do that, and I don't really think it's normal. I despise that culture. I despise the idea of that culture itself. And I was there with a roommate in Germany, and he was constantly bitching about not being able to get a proper apartment. Because the last apartment he had, he couldn't have a washing machine for his clothes. So what he would do is he would carry his dirty laundry to his home, like where his parents are, every week so they could wash it. And then he would bring it to his apartment because in the apartment he couldn't have the washing machine because the apartment was like really, really shitty. And I remember at one point being like, hey, why don't you just like move back home to like save some money because you're giving all of your money that you have to this shit apartment. Why don't you just move back home? It is a USA thing too. I think in USA it's also very stupid. And he was like, no, because like at the age of 18 you're supposed to move out. You're supposed to move away. And yeah, and apparently it's just like a normal thing there. It's a normal thing that they just kicked him out of the house. And that was it. And then he was supposed to find work and to pay for the apartment. Why? For what reason? A place with washing machines here in Osijek? Yeah. I was in an apartment for like a very short time though, but we also had washing machines. We had everything normal. It's weird to me someone would choose to not just so you could move out of your parents' house at the age of 18. Why would you place so much value on moving out of your parents' house at the age of 18? That is such a stupid thing for me. I don't understand it. Why wouldn't you just work from home? Work while living at home so you could pay bills together with your parents? Like everyone's going to be able to afford more shit. You will not be living in a crappy apartment. Why would you like move out of your home? I don't understand it. It's such a weird thing to me. I don't understand it. Just like stay at home. Why would you be paying bills there to someone's shit apartment where they don't even give you anything? If you could be paying bills at home, you're helping your parents, you're having a room to stay in, you're having your fucking clothes washed where you are. I don't see it. It's such a stupid thing. There's so much value placed on just moving out, and I don't think there's a point. Nah, living with your parents is fucking based. You can kick you out at 18, but the army kidnaps you at 18 to be there for 2 to 3 years. Holy shit. Yeah, you have like mandatory service, right? It was like a shop where you can wash your clothes for coins. Hey, we had that here and then it closed. We had that here and then it closed down. I don't know why he wasn't using one of these. Do they not have them in Eastern Germany? I didn't remember to ask, to be honest. I was just so weirded out by him carrying his laundry home. Because like he would carry that and he would have a coffee with his mother and then he would leave. Or sometimes he would leave the laundry there and then she would bring it over in the rest of the week, you know. But it was just like weird. Like, why aren't you living at home? Why are you doing? Nobody forces one to move out at 18. He was basically, it wasn't fully forcing him to move out. The way I understood it, they pressured him to find a job, and the way they described it to him was basically, now that you have a job, you will be able to pay your own bills so you will be able to find a small apartment to start living your own life. So that's kind of how I got it. That's kind of how I got it. This bread is not that bad, bro. Are you not terrified of this? Are you not scared of this man?
Wenn die Heldengruppe schon so erbärmlich ist.
Holy shit.
Wo bin ich?
Oh, you're talking about mandatory service. Yeah.
Jetzt die 1000 besten Star Wars Zitate zum Besten geben wird, hier in der ultimativ nerdigsten Fan Lounge bei Kika.
Ich habe ein ganz mieses Gefühl. Oh, das war einer? Wusste ich gar nicht. Was denn? Warum soll ich Sprüche aus einem Film können?
Fair enough.
Weil mich sonst mit Blitzen grillt.
You did 6 months? Oh, my uncle did 2 years. Uncle, kinda. He now can't eat chicken. He claims that for 2 years, when he was in military service, the only thing they were eating was chicken. So he now hates it. That's as much as I know about anyone's military service, really. My father, I think he also did 2 years, but he doesn't really talk about it in any sort of a way. So I just, the only experience I know about is my uncle's, because whenever we make family lunches, we have to make him something extra, which doesn't have chicken in it, because he refuses to eat chicken ever since then. Good bread indeed, good bread indeed. Stream did go off the rails, that's true. We need to finish the video. Also, I need to run for a second, so take a water break. Take a coffee break.
Wenn du dich so gut mit Raufasertapeten auskennst, Bernd, möchtest du nicht Vorsitzender des Raufaser-Fanclubs werden?
Das wäre wunderbar. Danke. Ich bin sehr gerührt. Wirklich.
What the fuck is this cartoon?
Und weißt du, was du noch bist, Bernd?
Was denn? Du bist ein Nerd, Nein, ich bin kein Junkfood-essender, seltsam angezogener Typ, der sich mit total irrelevanten Themen auskennt. Aber das ist doch was anderes. Mist. Wem mache ich hier eigentlich was vor? Ich bin ein Nerd.
Und das heißt...
Nerdparty!
Oh.
Was soll's? Nerdparty!
Nice. TwitchCon, average TwitchCon.
Wo geht's denn hier zum Reaktor?
Da lang.
Da lang!
Somebody dress up as the Breadman. I'm gonna go dress up as the Breadman. Next time we have a TwitchCon anywhere, there's fucking Breadman in the stream preview. Next time we're having a apocalyptic song on climate change. I'm leaving you with this one while I go. I'm taking a small break and I'm leaving you with this one. Literally me. Yeah. I didn't. This is me like learning that the Breadman is actually nihilistic, and it kind of makes me want to watch him. I didn't know. I was always watching him in German. I never knew what he was saying. I never knew how much he has existential crisis. But now that I do know, it kind of feels like me. Yeah. Hey, by the way, running for a second. So be right back. Take a quick water break, and then we will come back. I have like 20,000 links to show you. We still haven't finished one video, so help.
Ne reste que quelques minutes à ma vie, Au plus quelques heures, je sens que je faiblis. Mon frère est mort hier au milieu du désert. Je suis maintenant le dernier humain de la terre. On m'a décrit jadis quand j'étais un enfant ce qu'avait l'air le monde il y a très très longtemps, quand vivaient les parents de mon arrière-grand-père et qu'il tombait encore de la neige en hiver. En ces temps on vivait au rythme des saisons et la fin des étés apportait la moisson. Une eau pure et limpide coulait dans les ruisseaux où venaient s'abreuver chevreuils et orignaux. Moi je n'ai vu qu'une planète désolante, paysage lunaire et chaleur suffocante, et tous mes amis mourir par la soif ou la faim, comme tombent les mouches jusqu'à ce qu'il n'y ait plus rien. Plus rien. Plus rien. Il ne reste que quelques minutes à ma vie. Au plus quelques heures, je sens que je faiblis. Mon frère est mort hier au milieu du désert. Je suis maintenant le dernier humain de la terre. Ça a commencé il y a plusieurs années, alors que mes ancêtres étaient obnubilés par des bouts de papier que l'on appelait argent, qui rendaient certains hommes vraiment riches et puissants. Ces nouveaux dieux ne reculant devant rien, étaient prêts à tout pour arriver à leur fin. Pour s'enrichir encore, ils ont rasé la terre, pollué l'air ambiant et tari les rivières. Et au bout de 100 ans, des gens se sont levés et les ont avertis qu'il fallait tout stopper. Mais ils n'ont pas compris cette sage prophétie. Ces hommes-là ne parlaient qu'en termes de profit. C'est des années plus tard qu'ils ont vu le non-sens. Dans la panique, on déclarait l'état d'urgence. Quand tous les océans ont englouti les îles et que les inondations ont frappé les grandes villes. Et par la suite, pendant toute une décennie, ce fut les ouragans et puis les incendies, les tremblements de terre et la grande sécheresse. Partout sur les visages, on lisait la détresse. Les gens ont dû se battre contre les pandémies, décimés par millions par d'atroces maladies. Puis les autres sont morts par la soif ou la faim, comme tombent les mouches jusqu'à ce qu'il n'y ait plus rien. Plus rien. Plus rien. Mon frère est mort hier au milieu du désert. Je suis maintenant le dernier humain de la terre. Au fond, l'intelligence qu'on nous avait donnée n'aura été qu'un beau cadeau empoisonné, car il ne reste que quelques minutes.
How was the depressive song?
Au plus quelques heures, je sens que je faiblis. Je ne peux plus marcher, j'ai peine à respirer. Adieu l'humanité, adieu l'humanité.
Good, I guess. Why did I always make depressing shit? Have you guys heard their song? Here it is. Have you heard this one? There's a meme version of this. Where's the meme version of this? Does the meme version have proper lyrics now that I think about it? This one.
Ton arrière-arrière-grand-père, il a défriché la terre. Ton arrière-grand-père, il a labouré la terre. Et puis ton grand-père a rentabilisé la terre. Et puis ton père, il l'a vendu pour devenir fonctionnaire. Et puis toi, mon petit gars, tu sais plus ce que tu vas faire dans ton petit 3,5, ben trop cher, fret en hiver.
Hey!
Te vient des envies
I didn't even know this.
propriétaire et tu rêves la nuit
Hey!
d'avoir ton petit lopin de terre.
I gave him like at least 1,000 views and I didn't know this.
Arrière-grand-mère, elle a eu 14 enfants. Ton arrière-grand-mère en a eu quasiment autant. Et puis
We need to make him make more of these.
ta mère en a eu 3, c'était suffisant. Puis ta mère en voulait pas, toi t'étais un accident. Et puis
You
toi,
were an accident,
ma
he
petite
goes.
fille, tu changes de partenaire tout le temps. Quand tu fais des conneries, tu t'en sauves en avortant. grosse misère. Ton arrière-grand-père, il ramassait les sonnes noires. Et puis ton grand-père, miracle, est devenu millionnaire. Ton père en a hérité, il l'a tout mis dans ses REER. Et puis toi, petite jeunesse, tu dois ton cul au ministère. Pas moyen d'avoir un prêt dans une institution bancaire pour calmer tes envies de hold-up et la caissière. Tu lis des livres qui parlent de simplicité volontaire. Tes arrière-arrière-grands-parents, ils savaient comment fêter. Tes arrière-grands-parents, ça swingait fort dans les veillées. Puis tes grands-parents ont connu l'époque yéyé. Tes parents, c'était les discos, c'est là qu'ils se sont rencontrés. Et puis toi, mon ami, qu'est-ce que tu fais de ta soirée? Éteins donc ta TV, faut pas rester encabané. Heureusement que dans vie, certaines choses refusent de changer. Enfile tes plus beaux habits, car nous allons ce soir danser.
I have to make Mayor make more of these videos. I didn't know. This is a fan project. I love him. I love him. You know how long I've been watching this video and I never even looked at like who owns it? But it's great. It's a great video. The song is also great. It's really fucking depressing though. Kinda. Hopeful, depressing, who the fuck knows? I just love it. Yeah, I'm just a big fan. Ado, let me see what we went through. We have this one. We actually could go to this one. Also, I have Bad Baltic Takes making their own report on this, and someone sent an update. Where did I see the update in chat? Where did I see the update in chat? Here is the update from the chat. Here is the update. Motorcade of Delim Khanov, who is called the personal executioner of the head of Chechnya, was destroyed in Zaporizhia region. Oh, so wait. Oh. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Very sad. Very sad. Shed some tears. From K-pop to K-pop. Hey, look, it's K-pop is based, okay, but music like that is just, come on, it's beautiful. Is it not beautiful? Is it not amazing how almost every single song they have is just them being very depressed? Come on. There's something I love so much about it, how nationalistic songs are so good at portraying the culture of a nation. And like in Quebec, it seems their culture is just being very sad and depressed. And I love that. There's something so unique about it. I don't know. It's like compared it to Serbs, and every song of Serbs is like, oh, we are a godly nation. We are a godly nation. We have claim to everything we want because we are a nation of God. So even when it comes to lands that they have lost, for example, they have a lot of songs in which they're like, oh, yeah, Krajina is Serbian and it's going to be Serbian forever, even though it wasn't. It wasn't there even for like a relatively short amount of time. But still, they sang songs about how they're going to protect it with their godly Serb nation forever. Because that's in their culture, you know, their culture is like that. It's very self-loving, don't want to say. So I think it's interesting to know these contrasts. Others say it because their French is so bad. I don't know a difference between good French and bad French. It's all just French to me. I don't know what's the difference, but yeah, possibly. Why are you very quiet?
Check this out on Wikipedia. It says Ruski Mir, which may be
Give me a sec.
understood in English as Russian word. It means basically Russian culture. Listen Russian music, watch Russian movies, be Russian, not be dirty American. This is what it means. And also, disclaimer, it's not that serious. In some countries, I mean even in Russia, it can be considered as terrorism. This let's invade them. They will say it's terrorism. Last but not least, I always want to tell you this. I know a lot of Russians watch my videos. If you want to leave Russia, don't use relocation services, alright? I used them a couple of times. You can buy citizenships of other countries. They can open business accounts for you in other countries, and they will use your lack of knowledge. Be aware of this. I used Relocator Tech, and they also have I Only Pay, whatever it's called. I lost like thousands of dollars, and they didn't even say sorry. So it's a bit out of topic, but what else? Thank you.
Вот как думаете, они все-таки в первую очередь нам враги или есть у них какой-то
Не, они нам явно не враги, конечно, не враги.
Ну а почему так отвлекаются от всего русского, там, от музыки нашей?
А почему все? Ну вы там были?
Ну, Медведев так пишет.
Ну, писать можно все что угодно, а так нет.
Вы согласны
нет,
с ним?
Конечно.
То есть друзья все-таки для нас?
Конечно, в первую очередь друзья, конечно.
А вот как вы считаете, нужно ли как-то на них повлиять, может, привнести наш русский мир туда?
Ой, вы знаете, я политикой не интересуюсь. Спасибо вам.
Ну вообще к странам этим как относитесь? Вот как вы считаете, нужно ли нам привнести там наш русский мир туда, может быть, там новую спецоперацию туда начать?
Не знаю, наверное, нет. Просто я как гражданин Узбекистана, я против такого. У каждой страны должна быть своя культура и так далее. Вот.
Честно, в политике я, честно, не хочу участвовать.
Ну, как вы думаете?
Если честно, я там был, и там я не наблюдал никаких таких людей, которые негативно высказывались в сторону русских. И также есть куча блогеров русскоговорящих, которые живут в Латвии, ну вот в прибалтийских странах. И они тоже как-то не высказываются по поводу России в негативном плане. И приезжают в Россию очень часто. Поэтому, ну, мое отношение именно к этим странам, ну, оно не положительное, не отрицательное, ну вот.
Тогда, когда я была в Прибалтике, ну, чувствовалось какое-то такое у них негативное отношение к русским. Это было. Вот. Но
Вот
они себя вели сдержанно.
Ну как думаете, нужно ли на них как-то повлиять, может быть, там, вторгнуться к ним, русский мир наш, заставить, грубо говоря, принять, а то они там в Запад вступят в этот?
Ну, вы знаете, любая война, она миром кончается. Поэтому я думаю, что...
Но не может ли с ними быть вот как с Украиной?
Не знаю. Надо стремиться к миру. Я думаю, что если каждый будет стремиться к миру, то жизнь наша изменится.
Ladies and gentlemen, so when I was preparing for this video, I was trying to find different news about relationship between Russia and Baltic countries. So check this out. Estonia to stop Russians from entering with Estonian issued visas. It's on Reuters.
То жизнь наша изменится.
Ladies and gentlemen, so when I was preparing for this video, I was trying to find different news about relationship between Russia and Baltic countries. So check this out. Estonia to stop Russians from entering with Estonian issued visas. It's on Reuters, but
okay.
Let's go right here.
I just killed the largest hornet you ever seen.
URL of this news.
Bro,
See right
it's
here.
like this size.
We found the URL, and we can see right now the same news but from different angles. It also has the Reuters, and as you can see, Reuters has high factuality. There are also right-leaning sources.
Little advertising, bitch. Ish. Show me the videos. I don't want your advertisements. I'm not buying anything. I'm poor. Leave me alone. Okay, thank you.
Я спокойно отношусь.
Никакого негатива к ним?
К людям, тем более, точно никакого нету. К правительству, ну, можно, конечно, с ними и поспорить, а к людям нет. К людям я хорошо отношусь.
Let me see.
Мне кажется, они всегда немножко...
Yeah. No, wait. U.S. Navy, Marine Corps. Nah, is there a Russian version? But yes, man, it was terrifying. I heard him in the room. I thought it was someone mowing grass outside, and it wasn't. It was a hornet. So I got rid of it. Did you know they can kill you? Because now you know. They can kill you. You have finished Alpha's markings. I haven't really checked. I'm gonna have to observe it more clearly. Australians will give 40 to Ukrainians. Thank you, Australia. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. For that and for Bushmasters too. Thank you for that too. Australia has been an amazing ally. Truly a great, great, great ally overall. As a Romanian, I'm just gonna steal. You can steal from Russians, so they have nothing. Do that, do that, do that. That's what I'm planning to do too. As a Balkan, it is in my blood to see equipment and take it.
Русофобные были.
Да.
Fucking
Если
hornets.
так
Okay.
можно сказать, терпели тогдашнюю ситуацию, то, что был Советский Союз. Ну, я считаю, что эти государства вообще нужно исключить из общения, и все вот эти мелкие моменты, где им какие-то предоставляют там льготы, скидки, все это блокировать, я так думаю.
Ну, как думаете, может быть, военным путем на них повлиять, поучить их как-то, чтобы привнести русский мир наш?
Ну, сначала нам нужно закончить то, что начали, а потом уже нужно посмотреть.
True.
Я думаю, они сами одумаются, когда увидят жесткий перелом, и все придет в норму.
Heartbreak in the current situation.
Рассматривать их как друзей, я думаю, точно нельзя.
Whole population went to visit Russia for a week. You know what's the worst thing is that as much as we're making jokes about ha ha ha, the Romanians gonna steal, ha 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 ha. I mean, realistically, Russians are corrupt as fuck. So it wouldn't even. It's not like you can create any sort of a big, huge change in this regard. They're already corrupt as fuck. They're already stealing from each other. Even if we send a group of super ultra based thieves from Balkan area and we send them all to Russia, the only thing they would be in Russia is competition to thieves. They already have that. We wouldn't really make a difference, you know? And I say it's coming from a nation which forced Sweden to stop giving those self-checkouts. Sweden has to take them out of stores because Balkan people were stealing so many stuff. So, we kind of have experiences with stealing, and I'm pretty sure that still in Russia we would just be meeting with competition, that's it. Location of NATO strikes. So we can finally know if the Kadyrov's man is dead or not.
Если они не против, если мы не против. Вот. Я не вижу в этом ничего плохого, если мы будем жить в одной стране.
Но не может ли с ними получиться то же самое, что с Украиной тоже спровоцируют, начнется еще спецоперация?
You have self-checkouts? We have them in some stores, but we have a worker keeping them safe. So there's 4, I think, self-checkouts, and then there's a worker keeping those in check.
Дипломатическим, конечно. Дипломатическим путем надо защищаться, да.
Но если они договариваться. Русофобно настроены.
Значит, соответственно,
как можно дипломатически с ними решить?
Нет, значит, соответственно, мы со своей стороны должны как-то пойти в чем-то на уступки.
Oh, then concessions?
Может быть, как-то приглашать к себе в гости на какие-то передачи, чтобы ток-шоу, чтобы вместе обсудить, что-то вместе обговорить, но таким путем, дипломатическим, то есть путем переговоров, разговоров. Не только правительство с правительством, но и народ с народом.
Ну как, из-за чего? Историю надо учить.
Oh, it seems Kadyrov is actually worried about his friend.
Есть определенные основания, с одной стороны. Ну, я думаю, в первую очередь, потому что в 40-м году...
Oh, wait, did you link the same thing? Because I've just seen a post. Oh, no. I've seen a different post. Bizarre situation, because it's about the same man, so I thought we saw the same thing. Appears to be connected to a number of outcries in Z channels today complaining about Russian commanders concentrating infantry near the front line. Reports seem to suggest HIMARS arrived at a location near Kremina recently, killing hundreds of Russians preparing for an assault against Ukrainian positions, and Delimkhanov could be among the wounded. By the middle of the second year of the war, there are commanders who take columns to the front and concentrate all personnel in one big pile and wait for the enemy artillery to strike. Then such commanders must be shot before in front of the formation, even if they are colonels or even generals. Krybar. It was near Kremenaya. A tragic incident occurred in one of the divisions that were about to go on the offensive. For 2 hours, people stood in a crowd in one place and waited for the division commander to say his motivating speech. But instead of him, HIMARS said enemy artillery, headers say. In the South Donetsk direction, in a few days, there were fewer casualties in the battles than from the criminal stupidity of the division commander. You shouldn't stay in a column for 2 hours in one place. What are you doing, father commanders? You are commanding people. Will they prosecute bloggers again instead of degenerates with high ranks? The armed forces of Ukraine have no merit in this war. We are at war with our own stupidity and lack of care. I mean, we can agree with that, mixed up with positive reports. Let's add that the people responsible for this have already managed to become famous in other areas more than once. And not only the division commander, but also his immediate superior. Instead of bearing responsibility, comrades, the generals, continued to selflessly occupy key army positions. The result was not long in coming. Should we expect punishment for them this time, or will it all happen again? For us, this question is, alas, rhetorical. Oh, because I've seen this post. Wait, let me show you this one. It's Kadyrov, and he says he can't reach his dear friend. He published a cryptic message on his Telegram saying he lost a dear brother who is not getting back to him. Kadyrov is asking Ukrainian intelligence to say what positions they hit so he could find his friend. I'm unable to reach Adam Delimkhanov in any way. He isn't getting in touch. I ask Ukrainian intelligence to provide information on exactly what place and what positions were hit so that I could still find my dear brother. I promise a generous reward and I ask you to help. Which, like, I would feel compassion if this man didn't piss on the graves of all of his ancestors, like at least 10 generations back. GG. Fuck you and fuck your friend. But seems like there actually was a hit, so I'm quite I'm GG with that. Also talking about this, by the way, I've saved some clips. Let me find you. I've actually saved some clips because Putin yesterday had a meeting with his people, and he also did meet with a couple of propagandists, which is rather weird because I don't know why they were given the option of speaking to him as if they are important in any sort of a way. Sadness in my soul right now. Poor Kadyrov. Yeah, poor little man. I wonder what he's going to do now to kind of drown his sorrows. Is he going to send more Chechen men to die for a country which has butchered Chechens just 20 years ago? I wonder. Is he going to go into Grozny again and just like shit on the sites where, Chechens were killed before? Because that's basically what he is metaphorically doing all of these years. What a fucking idiot. No, I wanted the video. Oh yeah, also Lukashenko, Metskabayeva. Yeah.
Вам
I
вообще
don't know if you've seen
самому как
that.
было принять это решение, разместить ядерное оружие? Вы же
Just like
будете
two trash people meeting
цель-
each other, beautiful.
Как вы это для себя
смотри.
сформулировали? Вот вы сели вечером, и как?
Вот я хочу. Вот сел я и думаю, буду я целью. А сейчас я кто? Сейчас я еще большая цель. Цель еще такая, что мне ответить сложно. Вот видите, желтые, это полонезы стоят, которые нацелены туда, куда надо. Но это обычное оружие. Я вот говорил своим журналистам сейчас. Я Путину, когда я не просто его уже просил, я уже требовал, верни мне ядерное оружие. Не надо стратегически, а мне зачем? С Америкой же я не собираюсь воевать. Тактического вполне достаточно. Искандер бьет 500 километров и больше. А у него боеголовка ядерная. Так вот я ему говорю, если там у тебя проблема с этими тактическими боезарядами, ты мне вот сюда, в полонез, впихни ядерное оружие. Мне, говорит, нам легче поставить. А тогда надо поставлять, потому что мы видим ситуацию. И то, что даже я сказать не могу это под камеру, да, мы договорились. Выполняем это. Поэтому целью мы были всегда.
нас порвать на куски. С 20-го года хотели. Мы против ядерной страны, которая обладает ядерным оружием, никто еще не воевал. У нас ракеты и бомбы мы получили от России. Бомба в 3 раза мощнее, чем Хиросима и Нагасаки. Но там больше 80 тысяч мгновенно погибло, 250 от одного удара. А это одна бомба в 3 раза мощнее. Это, ну я не знаю, под 1 миллион человек погибнет сразу. Не дай бог применять это оружие. Но это все-таки ограниченные территории.
А я прицеплюсь тогда к вашему слову. Вы сказали, уже получили от России бомбы и ракеты.
Ну, не все. Потихоньку. Когда получим, завяжем тебе глаза, когда приедешь, без камеры, завезем в хранилище. Как только все завезем, оно будет рассредоточено в Беларуси. У нас же хранилище этих, как собак в деревне. Серьезно, у нас их было много. Мы их уже сегодня 5-6 это восстановили, будем больше восстанавливать. И мы рассредоточим, мы не будем же держать в одном месте.
А какая договоренность, если вам кажется, что
Steer the
агрессия
cow
будет
towards
созвониться
the
с
minefield?
Путиным?
Oh.
Слушай, вот часто слышу, вот это российское оружие, без России чем не применит. Слушайте, если начнется война, я что, буду смотреть по
Oh, wait, this
сторонам?
is actually big.
Да нет. Снял трубку, где бы он ни был, он снял. Он позвонил, я снял трубку в любой момент, даже вот сейчас. Поэтому, ну что тут за проблема согласовать нанесение какого-то там удара? Это не вопрос. Тут спорить даже нечего. Ну,
Oh, that was big.
Пусть враги, Оля, трепещут.
Yeah.
Вам вообще
That is big because when he got weapons from Russia, do I have that linked? I'm 90% sure I have that actually linked. When he got weapons when they arranged that he's going to have nukes of Russia, there was a question over whether Belarus is actually breaking certain deals because, you know, you're not supposed. We're kind of trying to not see nukes owned by more countries, and this is a nuke owned by another country, so it's like but basically the idea was, where do I have it the idea was he is okay to get the okay, here it is. Minsk said Russian nuclear plans would not contravene international non-proliferation agreements because Belarus would not control the nuclear weapons. So the idea is we're going to have them, but we don't have control over them. We can't choose where to shoot them. So for him now to be like, oh, if a war starts, am I really going to be thinking about, who I need to contact? That's relatively big. That is relatively big because so far, when it comes to breaking international agreements, his entire way of reasoning was, no, we're not breaking any international agreements because we can't use the nukes. We have the nukes. We can't use the nukes without Russia. It's still as if Russia has the nukes. It's just that Russia has another outpost where to put the nukes. But these are still Russian nukes, not our nukes. Why is my phone ringing? Give me a sec.
Hello, I'm Janusz Rewiński, and you're watching Break the Fake, our daily troll through the global media pointing out the news you don't want to believe. Yesterday, on the 12th of June, the terrorist state, you know which one, celebrated Russia Day. We don't want to talk a lot about this pitiful holiday, but we'll show you a part of Bunker Grandpa's speech. Here it goes.
Сегодня, в непростое для России время, они еще больше, крепче объединяют наше общество, служат надежной опорой нашим героям, участникам специальной военной операции. Патриотизм, ответственность за судьбу отчизны завещаны нам предками, которые достигли поистине грандиозных трудовых и ратных побед. Сейчас мы особенно остро осознаем, что значат их свершения. Их неизменная сплоченность, твердая решимость вставать на защиту родной земли, работать ради общего блага и процветания Отечества. Для нас это наследие священно. Конечно, не могу.
What's he? Is he saying the same bullshit again?
There is no love for people, there is no faith, there is only murder and plunder. What's going on in Mordor, you may ask? Speaking on Russia Day with recipients of state awards and medals after the decoration ceremony at the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin outright accused Ukraine of attacking residential areas.
Зачем, прямо скажем, противник бьет по жилым кварталам? Ну как, никак не понимаю. Ну, ради чего? Зачем? В чем смысл? Вот, явно гуманитарным объектом. Это удивительно просто. Смысла нет никакого. Какой смысл в этом? Военного смысла нет никакого, нулевой.
Yeah, you saw and heard that right. Holding a glass of sparkling wine, the Kremlin autocrat had the gall to accuse Ukraine of allegedly targeting humanitarian facilities. In his view, actions like these have no military sense. Well, look at you, Vladimir, figuring things out on your own. If they don't make sense, why don't you stop firing cruise missiles at Ukrainian cities? We know, dear denizen of the bunker, who started the war in Ukraine back in 2014. We know
Putin,
we followed it up with a full-scale invasion.
Hey, Dom, one of my favorite things is how recently on Twitter, so many people say, like, Putin lookalike doing something. Putin lookalike is going to meet with people. Putin lookalike is going to meet with propagandists. It's all Putin lookalike. It's not Putin himself. I like that. I think it's like relatively funny. Hey, wait! I found the propagandist. I found the propagandist. This is what I needed. Hey, nice! Congratulations, Draco. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome back. How have you been? You have not seen the creepy bread show. We were showing the creepy German bread show, and you don't even know about it.
На одном из участков противник успеха не имел.
He met with propagandists.
У них большие потери. Ну и для нас, конечно, слава богу. Я сейчас не буду называть потери по личному составу. Пускай Минобороны это сделает, посчитает. Но там и структура у них потерь. Такая для них неблагоприятная. Что я имею в виду? Но вот из всех потерь они приближаются к оценке, которые можно назвать катастрофическими по личному составу. У них структура этих потерь, она для них неблагоприятная, потому что потери, как мы с вами знаем сегодня, они могут быть санитарными, а могут быть
hearts, minds, and souls, absolutely.
Безвозвратными. Вот. И обычно, сейчас боюсь
He's
ошибиться,
a relatively old man with no brain. His school, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about.
У них почти 50 на 50. Это первое. И второе, вот если брать безвозвратные потери, ну, понятно, что обороняющаяся сторона, она меньше несет потерь. Но все-таки это соотношение тоже
1 to 10, my dude.
Ну, что называется, в нашу пользу. У нас в 10 раз меньше.
1 to 10, he goes.
Вооруженных сил Украины.
You know what's a good thing, though? Not a good thing. I don't want to say good thing.
На одном из участков
relatively interesting thing is that he actually met with propagandists. This is his meeting with propagandists, and a lot of them hate the MOD. So it's interesting to me that he chose to meet with them. I don't know if it was supposed to be some sort of a tactic, but he knows these people don't like him. He knows some of these people are highly critical of his failures so far. I am absolutely not sure why he would choose to meet with them and then be so useless on meeting with them. Oh shit, Sochi got flooded today? Oh. Oh, well, that sucks. I wanted to see if he has more clips with propagandists. No, he has one with Prigozhin.
Что происходит, да? В двух словах. Начнем. Происходит следующее. Украинцы начали наступление. Я вам рассказываю, как есть, не так, как наступление. Они делают все грамотно. Они подрезают определенные части на запорожском направлении. При этом сейчас они прикрывают свой левый фланг для того, чтобы можно было, ну, наш правый, свой левый, да? там, где сейчас как раз все эти бои урожайные и так далее, прикрывают свой левый фланг, площадь, которую они сумели занять на сегодняшний день, они оценивают как 100 квадратных километров, по моим подсчетам даже чуть больше. Двигаются они аккуратно, спокойно, потеряли они 2 леопарда и несколько там Брэдли и так далее. Собственно говоря, обычные боевые потери. Это я не для пиара их, а для того, чтобы мы просто здраво оценивали. Поэтому радоваться рано, нужно мобилизоваться, собираться в кучу и понимать, что они не остановятся до тех пор, пока либо не получат по голове, либо не получат какой-то нормальный результат. Поэтому пока, на мой взгляд, по оценке тех военных, которые на местах, делается недостаточно для того, чтобы противнику противостоять.
I'll be sad if I can't. I don't know if he's a smart guy. I'm questioning it lately. But I don't even know if it's because he may not be used to speaking. It feels like a stupid excuse to make that he's not used to speaking in public. But he seemed so confused. Maybe slightly tipsy. I'm not sure what was up with him in the last meeting he had. He had some very weird ways to act. The whole thing with like him turning away from Shoigu was also kind of almost childish. It's almost childish behavior. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about him. Do we have videos of which we weren't on this one. Kakhovskaya.
Вы знаете, я вот не буду сейчас на 100% говорить вещи, в которых я не уверен. Так по большому счету мы не фиксировали больших взрывов. Но дело в чем? Перед тем, как разрушение произошло, но во всяком случае так мне докладывали, но они целенаправленно химарсами били многократно по Каховской ГЭС. Вот все дело. Может быть, там была у них закладка какая-то, сейчас не знаю. Может быть, они в очередной раз там чем-то добавили незначительным, и пошло разрушение. Ну, как мы понимаем, мы в этом точно не заинтересованы, потому что это тяжелые последствия для тех территорий, которые мы контролируем и которые являются российскими. Это первое. А второе, ну, к сожалению, скажу странную вещь, но тем не менее, к сожалению, это сорвало их контрнаступление на этом направлении. К сожалению, почему? Потому что лучше бы они там наступали.
So I don't know where that's coming from. I do have another video of the same thing with him talking about how this has affected the counteroffensive. This disrupted the Ukrainian counteroffensive in this situation.
Потому что это тяжелые последствия для тех территорий, которые мы контролируем и которые являются российскими. Это первое. А второе, ну, к сожалению, скажу странную вещь, но тем не менее, к сожалению, это сорвало их контрнаступление на этом направлении. К сожалению, почему? Потому что лучше бы они там наступали. Для нас лучше, потому что для них было бы совсем плохо там наступать. Но вот поскольку такой разлив произошел, то, и, соответственно, и наступление состоялось. Но, как мы понимаем, мы точно не заинтересованы.
I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm not really sure what's wrong with him. There's something is. Yeah, now that you mentioned the champagne, he did have a glass of champagne in that one clip where he talks about Ukraine hitting civilian buildings, right? So I'm not sure. Maybe he's just like not used on having conversations. Fucking heartbreaking. Maybe he's just shit at having a conversation with people. I don't know what's wrong.
Ну разве это не ответ на преодоление каких-то красных линий?
It's basically a propagandist meeting. So I don't know. His speeches are written, yeah. So like this is him just talking casually. Could be that. It's very very weird the way he is.
Первое. Второе, ну, не все, может быть, у нас там проходит в средствах массовой информации, хотя стесняться здесь нечего. Вот, видели, но тоже видно, когда там удары по всей энергосистеме Украины. Это разве не ответ на преодоление красных линий? фактическое уничтожение штаб-квартиры Главного управления разведки
Oh, yeah, by the way,
вооруженных
this
сил
one I drew.
Украины под Киевом. Это в Киеве практически. Разве это не ответ? Ответ. Мы и дальше будем избирательно работать. Не будем делать так, как эти придурки лупят по гражданским объектам, по жилым кварталам. С помощью вооруженных сил. Но разве это не ответ на преодоление каких-то красных?
Cult of followers, indeed. So yeah, fucking weird. Oh shit, yeah.
Я уж точно не помню, но, по-моему, за самолет 300 тысяч, за танк 100 тысяч должны выплачивать дополнительно. То, что не выплачивают, это неожиданно для меня.
К сожалению, это абсолютный факт. Ребята не дадут соврать.
Я не оспариваю. Я просто говорю, что... Да, я не оспариваю.
This one, who is this one?
То, что вы сказали,
He's from that one propagandist channel, relatively famous. I never know which one it is.
Прямо сегодня в разговоре с Министерством обороны. Обязательно, 100%. Потому что, кстати говоря, ребята очень мужественно, эффективно работают. Я сейчас говорил, вот, когда мы начали беседу, что атака идет там на двух направлениях. И несколько танков подбито. С помощью авиации вертушки очень хорошо работают. И, кстати, огромное спасибо летчикам. Герои прямо. Настоящие герои. Я уж точно не помню, но, по-моему, за самолет 300 тысяч.
Just weird. Weird little man. Oh, yeah.
Тем не менее, мы, безусловно, должны, надеюсь, что это все-таки происходит, и дальше будет происходить. Вот здесь мы с вами, надо смотреть. Значит, я сейчас скажу почему. Потому что мы с вами абсолютно единомышленники в этом. Я полностью разделяю такую позицию. Полностью, целиком и полностью. Таких людей надо искать. Искать и тащить наверх. Направлять их на учебу, значит, повышать
I don't know. It was just,
в должности.
it was weird. I haven't seen all of these clips yesterday. I've seen some of them. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know, but also, if you remember, you know what I think has happened? What's my theory? There have been reports previously that Putin gets really angry when he gets presented with negative information on what's happening on the front. So he's choosing to surround himself specifically and only with people who don't present to him such information, which also seems to be why he's making very stupid decisions sometimes. It's because he genuinely doesn't know any better. What I think has happened here is he is meeting with propagandists. Some of these have been very critical of Russian Ministry of Defense. What it seems to be is that he had to prepare himself in a way to meet with these people. Therefore, he had to be made aware of questions they're going to ask previously. I don't really think he would have the decency to go and actually read through their posts. I don't think he's that type of a person. I don't think he values them that much. But I do think there's a possibility that someone just updated him. They were like, hey, you're going to meet this and this and this propagandist. This one is complaining about the actions of Russian military there. This one is complaining about the lack of funding. This one is complaining about Wagner being more useful than MOD itself. You know, these are like basically their posts, which they have made previously. They're going to expect an answer to that. And I think that for a lot of these, he either wasn't aware they're going to dare to ask it, or he just kind of, I guess, thought he could brush it away, and it didn't really work. I'm absolutely not really thinking he was fully prepared for this. I do think it's a bit more realistic, though, that he has had to meet with propagandists in a way he didn't expect. Especially because propagandists, as far as I've understood, they're supposed to be working for the interest of the Russian state, but I think their idea of working for the interest of the Russian state and his idea of working for the interest of the Russian state differs. And I think his idea relies on the Soviet idea, on Solovyev idea too, for example, on the idea that you should be willing to give up your life, your freedom, your existence. You should be willing to give it up for the state. If the state asks for anything, you should be happy to give it, right? I think that's his idea of existing here. So when he reads Russian propagandist, he's like, okay, this person is going to be working their ass off, celebrating me, celebrating the Russian state, celebrating me as the leader of the Russian state. That's how he sees it. Whereas the way they see it is like, no, we actually want Russia to win. And if Russia has to win by kicking out Putin and replacing him with Prigozhin, because Wagner is getting a lot more successes than MOD is, then we're okay with this. We just want Russia to win. We want the best outcome for Russia. We don't see Putin himself as representation of Russia itself. Therefore, what happens to Putin is irrelevant. What happens to Russia is what matters to us. And it seems like there was like this agreement on this line here, which like, it makes me feel like maybe the questions weren't prepared, but also I'm not sure if he would allow questions to be unprepared. But I don't know why he wouldn't have answers to some of these. Like this one, for example, the one about this. Like this was such a stupid answer. Or did he get prepared questions and then did he just like skim through them and he went, yeah, I'll just tell them we're doing something? Was he busy? Was he shitting his pants again?
Пример, это последний.
Maybe it's that.
Я вот, вы знаете, вчера в госпитале был, ребятам вручал ордена, и вот этому командиру, который командовал, хорошо командовал там на месте в ходе боевых действий.
Oh, Vorgonzo. Is that Vorgonzo?
Я когда с ним по телефону еще разговаривал, это был самый такой откровенный разговор, потому что парни привезли прямо с поля боя в госпиталь. Еще ничего не сделали. Им не операцию не делали, ничего. Ну, видимо, обезболили только, потому что 2 ранения, а одно ранение задело берцовую кость. Вот. Ну, как-то говорил он со мной таким боевым
It is
голосом.
nice. I was trying to figure out who he is. And I kept on thinking about Rybar, and I was like, no, that's not, that doesn't seem like it is him.
You tell me, what happened with the submarine?
Она утонула.
That was the whole thing. Aligning them to his official line, they're getting a personal meeting with Putin, which is the closest to power any of them will ever be. Putin probably had to tone down the completely bullshit lies and admit they're taking some losses. However, overall, they will eat it up and regurgitate it without double checking. Oh. And now that I think about it, yeah, it is, oh fuck, it's also a good way to keep them in control, isn't it? Because like, he had a way to contact all of them to get them to this meeting. So I would assume he knows the identities of all of them. He knows where you are. It's probably quite a strong show of power in a way. So even if they would usually check. I don't even think they would like usually check them. I do think they would just post whatever they're being said. But like now they're going to take even less care. Oh, I need to show this. In checking these facts just because they were there like physically meeting with him. They are aware he knows who they are. Russian sources say the HIMARS strike that led to hundreds of casualties near Kremina took place earlier today. Involved was the 20th Army and its General Sukrab. If they die, Akhmedov. No, for last year's Vuhledar kamikaze charge. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. Oh, this is kind of lost for us too, guys. Come on, this dude killed more Russians than Ukrainians did. Hey, this is fucking sad. Commander of 20th Army, General Akhmedov, who managed to become famous with Muradov near Ugledar. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, my dude. Come on. No, when it comes to the Chechen one, okay, fuck that one. But like this one was on our side. I'm pretty sure this one was like CIA agent sent into the Russian ranks to kill more Russians. Have you seen the Vuhledar strike? It's just tanks going and exploding, and more tanks going and exploding, and more tanks going and exploding, and that's it. That's the whole thing. It's just tanks going and exploding. It was a huge failure. It was supposed to be, you know how they celebrated the like winter offensive of Russians? That's what it was. That's what it was. The military strike was the winter offensive of Russians. Tanks going and exploding. That's the entirety of the thing. They didn't even manage to reach Volodar because they exploded on the way to it. This man was on our side. This was one of ours. Hero to Ukraine. I name a street after him. Ah, man, this is actually kind of sad shit. Them having crap commanders in their ranks is what we want. Them having crap commanders is okay. So, one of the greatest military blunders of the 21st century. Yeah, he was on our side. He was a CIA. He was a CIA, absolutely. Prince Yaroslav the Wise. If Tito gave you a personal meeting, you would be fangirling it up. Yeah, that's true now that I think about it. Yeah, like even though I can criticize him, like if like even for like the president of Croatia, now that I think about it, like I can criticize him right now for being an idiot, and he is an idiot, right? But if he were to be like, hey, I'm getting all political commentators of Croatia to come to my like business office and to do a meeting, and then I'm going to explain to them why I'm saying certain things that I'm saying, it feels like I would probably get washed in by the propaganda. It would probably work for at least a few months. Not even just like on any sort of a fangirling scale, just in the scale of like, oh, he probably has prepared answers to most of the questions, and because they're coming from a place of authority, you're going to give them some value, right? Is he to preserve somewhere in a sarcophagus? As far as I know, he isn't, but like you could ask Slovenians. You could ask Slovenians and see. Wait, we saw this one. Oh yeah, McDonald's. No. Ukrainian defender saved the life of a wounded Russian liberator. What is that? Thick eyebrows, wear glasses, and has a beautiful smile that ain't a girl that's stunning. Hey, I haven't seen him recently. What is he doing? What is that man doing? He collected a lot of cash money just a few days ago. For what? I was on his Twitter. What did he get cash for? I don't remember. He was born in 1995. Hey, he's my generation, my dude, my man, my bro. My brother. One of his last posts on Twitter is just this. Whenever we're having conversations, I'm just gonna leave this. Oh, why the fuck? He always, though, like, GG for the man. I love following him around, but I wish I had a way to quickly translate all the posts, because I have to click on a post and then I have to click on translate and then I have to wait for translate. And I wish Twitter just had a thing which was like, oh, all the tweets you see are just automatically translated. Why don't we have that? Someone needs to make that. He made a post on Kadyrov's right-hand man being exploded, but he doesn't seem to have any new information. He did post something. What is this? Yandex image translator. Let me see this. Not a bit of coke. He posted this. Paste. Oh, they're claiming Dalimkhanov is alive and well. So, State Duma is claiming that Dalimkhanov is alive and well. While Kadyrov was looking for Dalimkhanov, he was found by deputies of State Duma. I asked the State Duma to stop hiding Dalimkhanov from Kadyrov. True. Give Kadyrov his friend back. Oh, and then it continues. Okay, what is this? There's more screenshots from official telegrams. Let's see. There's this one. I'm getting all of this from Sternenko, my dude. Okay, so Ala Karnaukov. Who the fuck are you? State the Duma deputy. Denikhanov is alive and in Chechnya. Deputy commander of the 2nd Army Corps, commander of Special Forces, Ahmad Alaudinov told TASS. It's all fake. Adnan Sultanovic is the most alive. He's the most alive and is now in the Republic. He went to Ramzan Akhmatovic. I will say this, where we are not, we are constantly being killed. He's the most alive though. That's the only part that I'm figuring out. But the other post, let me see this post from Ahmad. I completely remove all units stationed in Mariinsky direction. I leave in the direction of scene of the incident with Delimkhanov Adam Sultanovic. There was a command from Kadyrov to find him there by any means to take him out. Oh, so like some people are claiming he was found and then other people are saying he wasn't found. But he is the most alive. Oh, I love that. He is the most alive, he goes. Oh, I had doubts before this, but like now I'm pretty sure the man's dead. Victor Tsoi, which one is that? Which one is that? Hey, are we allowed to play this for the copyright? I got copyrighted last time for the Territory song. My video got removed from YouTube, you bullies. Let me check now. How to check. Too many commandos exist and all of them get exploded at every point. Oh, June 11th? Bit afraid. Yeah, the video is removed from YouTube because of Territory. I don't know how this one goes, to be fully honest with you. We'll have to see. We will have to see. We will have to see. Because I still don't know how... What's the word? How copyright works on YouTube. I know on Twitch they just mute parts of the VOD where you have songs. Unless you get like actual copyright strike, then they take out your VODs fully. But on YouTube it seems they don't do the muting thing. They just like remove the VOD immediately. Which is a bit different. But also, by the way, YouTube has removed the... not removed. Lessened the demands to start paying people. Have you seen that? Which means Topsen can get paid right now. So watch Topsen on YouTube so he gets more money, okay? It needed to be... What is this? It needed to be 1,000 subscribers, I think. You needed to have 1,000 subscribers and you needed to have, I don't even know how many hours of watch time and everything. I know Topsen was complaining about not having 1,000 subscribers, but they lowered it to 500 only, which means that he can be actually getting paid. So support him, get him cash. And yeah, I saw, I went to look for Victor Tsoi and I found people just like jamming to his songs and I was like, ah, okay. Okay, I see it. There's people like going to Zaporizhia direction, just having songs in the background. Also, people having whole arguments over when people talk about what's the word? Most popular songs of the era. Should Tsoi songs and Kino songs be counted differently, counted separately or together, because together they would be the most popular, but like when you separate them, then you give more chances for someone else to be getting popular spots, stuff like that. So I've learned from that. I learned it from Discord. Wait, what did I want to see? I wanted to see what this man has been talking about recently. Let me see. What's his last translated post? Is this one translated? It is nice. Let me see. Is it a new shirt? That's a new shirt. He has a new shirt.
Конфліктувати із реальністю
I liked
та
his last
заперечувати
one,
її.
the Russophobia one.
Зміниться.
Telefo, you just got unbanned. Do you want me to get rid of you again? Like, chill. Okay? We just unbanned you. We're going to get rid of you again. Also write in English. You loser.
Первую полосу тактической зоны обороны.
Вони потікали, все кинули, там зараз такий безлад, що то просто капець.
Оскільки реальність росіянам дуже сильно не подобається, вони живуть у світі ілюзій.
Атаковать здесь, на запорожском направлении, противник уже абсолютно не стремится.
Будемо далі вибивати. Ось все, я собі ласточку, диви, яку.
Деякі, правда, вже змирилися і
Okay,
кажуть,
write in
що
English
ті
anyways.
населені пункти, які звільнили Сили
Fighter jets
оборони
and
України,
trained to
вони
Myanmar
насправді
who are using
абсолютно
them to bomb
неважливі,
civilians.
а
I
усе
actually
йде за
haven't. Do you
планом.
have a video?
Положительно. Все развивается в рамках плана Министерства обороны, Генерального штаба.
What did you mean? What did you say? You can't be attacking my regular chatters, especially not on the same day you got unbanned from chat. You're not allowed to fuck anyone's mother. Okay, you must be a normal chatter for at least a month before being allowed to fuck people's mothers. It's something that you gotta earn. It's something you gotta. It's like a badge you carry, and you haven't earned your badge. So you gotta be chilling there, and you're not allowed to be swearing.
Рано чи пізно він майорітиме над кожним українським містом, селищем чи селом, але росіянам точно не варто ні за що переживати. Якщо що, їх врятують китайці.
Не отказывайтесь от пары, тройки, десятки миллионов.
Oh shit, yeah.
Сейчас бы прям то, что надо.
Одразу видно, що російська армія і
They're gonna
справді
get millions
так
of
звана
Chinese
друга армія
soldiers.
світу, саме тому їй потрібна допомога від китайської армії. Буду сьогодні із
Yeah,
вами
you gotta be
говорити про
certified,
хороші
motherfucker. You
новини,
can't just be
але,
fucking
друзі,
people's
для
mothers
початку
the second you get
підпишіться обов'язково на
unbanned.
мій
It's not
канал,
allowed.
це справді важливо. І натисніть лайк до цього відео та залиште під ним будь-який коментар, аби його побачили якомога більше людей. Напрям, про який ми сьогодні із вами будемо говорити,
Little
це
Croatian
район
noise.
Великої
GG.
Новосілки Донецької області. І для розуміння це трішечки західніше від Вугледара. Пропагандисти намагаються росіян переконати, що начебто Сили оборони України на тому напрямку не відбили у росіян взагалі жодної позиції і нічого такого там не відбувається.
Собственно говоря, те демонстрации, которые они провели на Временском выступе, не взяв ни одной, подчеркиваю, ни одной значимой позиции, говорят о том, что ничего серьезного здесь на самом деле не происходило.
Учора 68-ма бригада Збройних
Guys,
сил
but-
України
Hey,
показала,
I
як
haven't
там
seen-
абсолютно нічого не відбувається. І
We'll see
виклала
what he
заяву та
does.
відео
We'll
про
see what he
звільнення
does.
села Благодат.
Because here we banned him because he was annoying on Holodomor, and you were annoying on Holodomor. Telefo, holy fucking shit, were you stupid on that? So we'll see what he does here. We'll see what he does here. I wasn't aware of his existence on other streams, to be honest. So we'll see. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. Definitely gonna keep an eye out.
Виганяємо з нашої рідної землі ворога. Це самі приємніші відчуття. Україна переможе, Україна понад усе.
Росіяни спочатку
О.
у це не повірили та стали заперечувати цю інформацію, але пізніше заступниця міністра оборони України Маляр вийшла із заявою про те, що Збройні сили України звільнили село Благодатне та Макарівка. Але і це не все.
10 червня, 7-й окремий батальйон, удар, рейд.
For Ukraine, absolutely. That's sort of a stupid question. Is that anyone with a brain
У
supports Ukraine?
нескучному росіянам дуже сильно не пощастило, а тим, яким пощастило вижити, довелося плакати.
Мы сейчас силами 3 групп выгнали 2,5 роты
I don't
из
care what you
населенного
condemn.
пункта, при том, что вы были крепко укреплены.
Вже сьогодні вранці 35-та бригада морської піхоти заявила
No
про
smoker.
звільнення села
that
Сторожеве
clown.
у Донецькій області.
That clown.
Слава морській піхоті! Слава, слава, слава!
Was
Ну, а
almost
бригада
surprising he wasn't even
територіальної
the
оборони
dumbest one there.
Запорізької області повідомила буквально от півгодини тому про те, що було звільнено і село Новодарівка Донецької області. Росіянам якось дуже тривожно.
Дальше как бы тактически развить это наступление, выйти на
To be fair, I was looking on smokers during the debate. It was
В
stupid.
принципе, это для них будет, конечно, такой и пиар, и тактический результат серьезный.
I wanted to see his chat. You know what was my experience with that debate? I was chilling in Dylan's, I was chilling with Dylan's. I'm watching Dylan's stream. And at one point I'm like, who are these other idiots actually? I care about, I kind of want to check like what their chats are telling them. Why do these people believe they are so smart? So I go to non-smokers and he has 29 viewers. And his chat is just like a bunch of imbeciles and that's it. Literally no one normal. Mostly dead chat, and whenever they post something they're incredibly stupid, and I was like, that's why. Yeah, it's incredibly stupid people. It's like with, though, I don't know if you follow, if you checked out Fabian, the Hobbit, who was on the debate too. Try to check out what sort of people follow him on Twitter specifically. I think he doesn't stream on Twitch anymore. But bro, oh my man, they were fucking stupid. Of course, it makes perfect sense to me that these people would dare to enter a debate on a topic they're so stupid about. They think they have some knowledge because their chats are so worthless. They actually think that they're smart. You know how weird that was to see? Like, all of the time watching, I was like, why are these people like thinking they can enter a debate like this? At one point, Anna points out that Putin said that Ukraine shouldn't be allowed to exist as a nation, and these idiots go, wow, he said it? Do you have a source? As if he didn't say it multiple times. And that was when I kind of figured out that they have no idea what they're talking about. They're just like here to be stupid. So I was like, damn, I wonder if their chats are equally as stupid. And yeah, they have only like a few people around them, but they're incredibly dumb. Incredibly dumb. You can't imagine how stupid these people are, truly. So makes perfect fucking sense. Debated? Nah. I had a talk with Grisha once. That was interesting. But I morally oppose doing debates on Ukraine. Unironically, I like morally oppose doing debates on Ukraine. I think the debate with Dylan and Anna versus the tankies, for me, that was like the turning point fully. That debate absolutely turned me morally strongly against the debates on the topic of Ukraine. Because the three anti-Ukraine people, they were idiots. None of their positions were worth anything. They were just absolute idiots throughout every single part of the debate. Incredibly stupid when it comes to history, when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to Europe itself. Incredibly stupid, incredibly uneducated. Several times they were so stupid they couldn't respond to arguments made by pro-Ukrainians. So then they had to make up the arguments that they think pro-Ukrainians were saying. So like several times, for example, they went, you people think USA is helping Ukraine out of altruism, even though no one said it. No one said it. They just brought up this like imaginary argument that some imaginary Ukrainians are using because they don't have the IQ to respond to like actual stuff that these people were saying. It was ridiculous. So morally, I'm against debates. I don't think the opinions of these trash people should be presented as equally worth as opinions of someone normal. That's unironically how I see it. Fuck free speech, fuck everything. We shouldn't be having debates on these types of topics. It's ridiculous. Like everything they've said has been worthless. It was insulting to see them in the same call with Dylan, and especially insulting to see them in the same call with Anna, who has been involved in fighting for Ukrainian democracy since fucking 2014. She was on Maidan. So to see her in the same room as these three retard streamers, I don't know. I hated them, I hate them. I don't think we should be holding these debates, and I don't think they should be allowed to speak their mind on this in the first place. I think they're incredibly stupid on this. I want to understand why people call me pro-Russian. I'm not. Proceeds to continue to repeat little buzzwords from Russian state TV. Yeah. Oh, they always say we are pro-Russian, but we're not actually pro-Russian. We're just against USA getting involved in this. Why did Ukraine cut off water supply to Crimea? oh, don't you think Russians needed to get in to stop? And they didn't even like push on that so much, on the idea of like Russians. I don't know if you noticed, on the idea of Russians saving Russian speakers in Donbass. They didn't push on it so much. And I 100% believe they didn't push on it so much because Anna was there. Because one of her opening statements was literally, you bitches, you're American, I, Ukrainian. I speak Russian and I'm in Ukraine. So, and I think they heard that and they were like, oh, okay. There's like some lies we maybe shouldn't be saying. Some of these lies, maybe if we say, she's going to be like, ha, you're incorrect. And she's actually gonna know. So we need to like jump over this part of the talking point. I am angry. Unironically, I'm very, very angry over those types of debates. I am very, very angry over them. It was worthless to have it. It should never have been held. It should never have been allowed. I support silencing pro-Russians. Oh shit, wait, we saw this one. Yeah. Also, cry for this dude, okay, because he killed more Russians than Ukrainians did lately. So cry for this dude. He was on our side. He was one of ours. It actually says he's guilty for this. I don't know if he's... This man. Also, I don't care about him. He can pay reparations with the rest of them. Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably why he changed his mind. It's because he got scared of paying reparations. He can be paying reparations with the rest of them. Imagine taking fucking Russian citizenship. How stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be for that? 95% of people are less informed than they are, but I think the standard for what should be considered an adequate level of information is extremely high. I'm like half on that. I don't know if 95% of people are less informed than they are, to be honest. I don't know if I would... History Legends? Oh, I think he's just dramatic. I don't know who he is supporting. I just think he's a drama queen and he's trying to get clicks. I don't know which side he supports. He just seems to be really into screaming about everything to get more clicks. I don't know how informed they are, to be honest, because the way... I think the one in the middle of that... What was his name? Omni in the debate. I think he was a perfect representation of this. His knowledge comes from reading headlines. I don't really know if I would say they are more knowledgeable than 95% of people. His knowledge comes from headlines. That was the only thing he was having, nothing else. Like no other information. So I don't really know how, yeah. I don't really know how I would gauge it. Because he had several points, and at the start he even like admitted he doesn't follow the news. But he had several points which I would claim are absolutely strongly uneducated and just like going on Facebook and reading, pro-Russian posts. I don't know how educated I would make them to be. Though, apart from that, also, I do think that if you're going to enter a debate on a topic, I do think that you should be having proper knowledge on the topic at hand, and I don't think any of the three idiots have shown to be having knowledge on the topic. I genuinely don't think any of them had any information on what they were talking about. Most of them are bringing up claims that have either been explained or have either been debunked. Many were just like pulling things out of their ass. I don't think there was any worth to having them on this debate. I do think it's just clogging up the space. Like, it would be much better to just have proper normal conversations with normal people about what's going on and how we can help and how we can donate. It would be much more useful and it would be much more informative than having a debate with three people parroting same lies that have been parroted since the start of this invasion. So overall, just like my opinion on them is extremely, extremely negative. On them and on my opinion on them is extremely negative, and my opinion on having debates like these like those is also extremely negative. I don't think we should be having those. It truly, like, it was insulting to see them all in the same room. Shit, wait, I haven't seen... There was a YouTube I wanted to click on and I lost it. This one. It was this one. It was this one. It was this one. How much is it? 1 o'clock. Okay, we're good, right? We're good. New Tucker episode, what is it on? Do we know what is it on? Anna through lived experience. I could say that, yeah. I think Anna was definitely the strongest person in that room, the one whose opinion was definitely worth hearing the most, absolutely. Apart from that, I don't know. I did think, what was her name? Brianna? Brianna was like very online person to me. So, you know, I disagree with the whole debate existing. Saying she'd rather get neutral Russia than for Russia to govern the territory was quite frightening to think. It wasn't. It wasn't. It's frightening to people who think that Russia governing the territory would mean normal government and not a genocide. It wasn't surprising at all in any sort of a way that they would be like, bro, I would rather fight even if my fighting means risking more responses. I would rather fight than surrender and allow Russia to genocide us as they want to. It absolutely wasn't. It's just that you people are from the West and you don't know what war for existence is. You're coming from a position which inherently is separated from the reality of the Ukrainian situation right now. That was the whole thing. That was like, I think Fabian was really, really stupid on this several times. He brought up the idea that, how was it? Would you rather, there was a whole part of that debate. It was so cringe to watch, where Fabian was like, you are basically choosing whether you want to be ruled over by Russia or ruled over by USA. And Anna was like, yeah, but being ruled over by USA means having trade deals with them. And being ruled over by Russia means they're going to genocide us and ethnically cleanse our people. So, like, are you not aware what is the difference there? No, nuking is not genociding. No, the what? No. So, yeah. But even then, even if you say nuking is already genociding, which is no, even then you're basically saying, hey, you can get genocided by Russia this way or genocided by Russia in this way. Both of these are like ways of you being genocided by Russia. In both cases, Russia is the enemy trying to genocide you. So the choice they have is like, do we want to try and fight it off or do we want to take it peacefully? They don't care, they're killed by nuclear conventional shelling. Yeah, but like, Russia is Telefo, that is such a stupid ass fucking statement. Are you not aware of ethnic cleansing Russia did to its own people? The very ethnicities you speak about? Are you not aware? Are you not aware how they're being treated? Are you not aware how they're living? Are you not aware of any of it? Yeah, you doubt it because you're stupid. You doubt it because you're stupid. There is nothing that you're saying right now that is not just absolute fucking bullshit. You're genuinely doubting ethnic cleansing done by Russia? They're quite open about this, my dude. They're very, very open about everything that they've been doing. They haven't been hiding it at all. And such a stupid ass fucking statement. It's like when people say Soviet Union was multi-ethnic and completely ignore what Russia was doing to other nations during Soviet Union times. Like exactly the same thing. Exactly the same fucking thing. Yeah, Chechnya. Also the Circassian genocide. Also that. Fuck, wait, and now I have linkies. Now we got links, now we got links, now we got links, now we got links. We got some links, we got some links, we got some links. A battle he has lost. A battle he has lost. Last time we banned him from chat, he actually was making excuses of for Holodomor. That's why he got banned. Oh shit, yeah, 2008, yeah, that also was ethnic cleansing, yeah. Because basically Europe was like, oh yeah, there was a number and the causes around, what are you talking about? Number of people killed in Circassian genocide, is that what you want? Russia has been oppressing Russians too, so it isn't exactly national based. I do think a lot though. It would depend in which ways. Does it make sense? Oh yeah, political cleansing, not ethnic. Oh yeah, that's better, I guess. Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna kill you based on your ethnicity. We're gonna kill you based on your politics. Wow. That immediately makes me trust them so much more. Yes. Wow, what a genius you are. This is like, you know what this is? You know how people will say, there's this like new talking point on the Western spheres of the internet, that Russians are not trying to actually genocide Ukrainians physically, they're trying to genocide Ukrainians culturally. It's that. It's the same type of bullshit. You're just trying to make up new terms to water down what is happening. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to think of new terms to water down the situation where a country is committing ethnic cleansing. That's what you're attempting, and it's very, very fucking annoying. No. I remember this was, how was it? There were 2 regions that Russia took, and then they started ethnic cleansing in regions around them too. And this is specifically what European Court has condemned them for, not for the entire invasion, because it condemned Georgia actually for the invasion. Did you know about that? I don't know if it changed lately, but Russia used the very much same excuses to invade Georgia as it used to invade Ukraine. The difference was that Georgia responded with military. Georgia was like, holy shit, Russians are collecting troops on our borders. They already have sent people over to band with separatists and to kill our people. Holy shit, what do we do? This is an invasion on our territory. They're not admitting it's an invasion, but surely we all see it is an invasion. So Georgia took the military to respond to this. And then Russia was like, oh, Georgia is sending a military to kill Russian citizens in Georgia. We need to go and defend them. So they went in there. And because Russia used this as an excuse for their invasion, European Court actually for a while wasn't even blaming Russia for this. It was blaming Georgia itself. Implementing Russian education, not talking about pro-Ukrainian people murdered and buried without a grave. No, absolutely. If someone's ethnicity being Ukrainian would have something to do with their political standpoint in the conflict. Oh no. No, it's just a fucking stupid conversation to have. It's not ethnic cleansing, it's political cleansing. What a stupid statement. What is this? Oh? Blocked the sale of HIMARS for Hungary? It was blocked by a top Republican. He said Hungary must admit Sweden to NATO if it wants to receive the arms package. Based. Bringing in national ethnicism to the Ukrainian nationality? Meaning you can only belong to an ethnicity to belong to the Ukraine? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, my dude? There's those bitch-ass Hungary and Turkey until they pull their heads from their asses and do the right thing. Oh yeah, that too. Like, what the fuck are you talking about that? Are you genuinely, like, so desperate to be making up excuses for them. That was such a stupid ass fucking comment. It was such a stupid ass fucking comment. Okay, someone ethnicity being Ukrainian might cause them to have a different political opinions on this subject, and you go, oh, are you saying that they are only Ukrainians if they have Ukrainian ethnicity? What sort of a stupid ass statement was that? Orban's nightmare? Oh no. Oh no, I knew it. I understand the concepts of civil citizenship and ethnic citizenship. Yes, I do. I do not understand why you believe that someone's ethnicity of being Ukrainian would not mean that they would be having different political views on this situation. Like, it's such a stupid ass statement to say. That was I don't know. I truly don't know how you're not seeing how your response was stupid. It has nothing to do with their statement. You were like, no, they're not doing ethnic cleansing. They're doing political cleansing because they're cleansing people who I assume you're saying politically align with Ukrainians, right? So someone was like, okay, well, yeah, maybe if people are like ethnically Ukrainian, maybe there's a likelihood of them politically agreeing with the Ukrainian cause. And you being like, oh, well, are you saying that Ukrainian nationality is only given to ethnic Ukrainians? Which had like nothing to do with their statement. I don't know if you're like, I don't know what you're not seeing that. It was a stupid statement to give. You're just trying to convert the conversation because you're trying very desperately to make excuses for this bullshit. Not to mention that even that, like even if that's were to work, which it doesn't because you're making stupid statements, political-based cleansing is still not okay. It doesn't need to be tied with politics, but it absolutely can be tied with politics. It absolutely can be tied with politics. Not to mention that, again, why do you believe political cleansing of people would be okay? USSR wasn't Nazi, it was mass killing people without national prejudice. So we had Crimean Tatars, Lithuanians, Latvians, Kazakh, German people oppressed and sent to Siberia for ethnical reasons. Yeah, that too. That too. Telefo asking you again, why do you think political cleansing of people would be okay? Anna, what would I debate Anna on? What would I debate Anna on? I have nothing to debate Anna on. I agree with her on everything. She's based. She is correct on everything. Hey, hey, Mayor, I was waiting for you. I have to leave actually, but I have to let you know something. Murderous little man, true. Did you know that there is a video online? Fuck, wait, I saved it to show it to you. This one. You made this one? You made this one? Because I was watching this one. You know how many times I watched this video? Without noticing that it says like your username. Until people have pointed it out. What if Anna like some... okay, I could debate her on that. What? You got to call it ethnic cleansing because it sounds like what the Nazis did. It will be what the Nazis did. You should absolutely be unrelated unless you believe that nation comes before state. What? Dude, at this point, the fuck are you saying? Okay, so let's do it like this. People Russia killed in occupied areas so far. Why do you believe they killed them? People Russia killed in Bucha, Izium, Mariupol. Why were they killed? Do you believe Russians went to their houses, gave them a little questionnaire on their politics? Is that how you believe that was done? I'm planning to end the stream soon anyway. It's just fucking stupid thing. It's a stupid excuse to make. Like, nothing he said makes sense. Nothing he said makes sense at all. Explicitly changing the cultural makeup of the occupied areas and making them Russian? Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. It's just such a stupid ass excuse to make.
Let's say hypothetically, I can't fucking stand you anymore.
Well, I have regretted unbanning you. Fucking worthless, can't even answer a proper question. But yeah, where were we on this? Order was given, that's it. Yeah, true. Absolutely true, absolutely true. I just, I very much doubt that when they were executing people, I very much doubt they were going like specifically to houses which voted for a specific political decision or something. You know what I mean? It was done because these were Ukrainians. It didn't matter even like their ethnicity, because a lot of these were Russian ethnicity, Ukrainian citizens. I don't think it even mattered on their ethnicity. I don't think it was based on that. It was specifically based on the fact that these are Ukrainians. That was it. That was the whole like fucking thing. So I don't think that executing Ukrainians in Donbass too since 2014. I didn't want him. I was like, if he gives a proper answer, I might like actually be interested. But like he tried to play dumb then, and I don't know why I would engage with that. Never argue with it. Yeah, it's true. True. This has taught me to never unban people. That's what we have learned today. Never unban people. But yeah, I do have to be leaving. I do have to be going. I've got to go cook. So what we will be doing is having stream tomorrow, same time as today. Let me play this. Having stream tomorrow, same time as today. I may be having maybe to end a little bit sooner, but we will have to see. We will have to see because I'm having to go to sign my contract for the work. And then starting Friday, which I need to update you on, starting Friday, I am starting to work. So we will probably see a bit of a change in the stream schedule. So far the change is just going to be that on Friday and Saturday I'm going to have to end the stream approximately half an hour to 45 minutes before this time. Okay, so like starting earlier but also ending a little bit earlier. And then there's going to be a week of like normal streams before noon, and there's going to be a week of afternoon streams. Whose mom is rotting in Russian jail because she had a photo on her phone with said girl and Ukrainian flag. Ridiculous. Holy shit, ridiculous. Yeah, I just, I don't know, man. Just the idea of like completely converting the definition of a genocide just to try and claim they're not trying to conduct a genocide while they're saying that Ukrainian nation itself shouldn't exist. It's just laughable to me. It's very, very much ridiculous. Come on. Oh, is him streaming? If him is streaming, we could catch him and then we could go to and because I have to go. Thank you. I'm not too hyped for the job. I'm not too look, I'm gonna have to be working with people. I'm not too happy about that. I am happy about getting more cash money though. I'm hoping to invest part of it in doing shut up.
I sound like
in doing this a bit more regularly and a bit better organized. I am a replacement for another woman who is on her birth leave. Let me just do the rate. Nice. I am a replacement for a woman who is on her birth leave. So this means that I have to work for 1 year plus, I don't know how much she has left of her pregnancy, probably quite a lot. It's basically around 600 working days I've calculated. So pray for me. We're gonna be counting you down on stream. I'm gonna make a countdown here, like every day that I work. I'm just going to make it less. So we could do celebrations or something. I need to do like a party on stream for first 100 days of work. Yeah, money is money. Money is money. That is true. That is true. Liking the work. I very much doubt I will. I very, very much doubt I will. But you know, you never know. It's working with people, and I'm not really a big fan of people. I'm not really a too big fan of customer service, which is basically what I'm having to do. So I'm kinda her mother's post in the company. I'm hoping that I will not. For that position, you need someone who has actual passion. And I just want cash. So I would not be a good choice, okay? I'm there to get my cash, do my minimum, come home, do the stream. Also rate in like 5 seconds. See you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the stream.